effective, vibrant democracy looks like one in which the city creates a space where community feels they can participate and engage with the city.
Democracy thrives not only on election day, but every day in between. Constituent emailing, calling, and engaging their public and city officials ensures that voices are continuing to be heard.
The biggest challenge we face is to get people, especially the young, involved in public debate and decision making. All too often, citizens concede that their voice would not matter, that the authorities wouldn't hear what they say, that the whole exercise is a waste of time. We should counter the apathy and show people that their individual choices add up to a joint decision, tangibly impacting reality.
You have total apathy, then your democracy is probably going to die. But your democracy is also going to die if no one's willing to compromise. If everybody's just got their views and they're wedded to it and they become extreme in the way that they promulgate their views, you're also still not going to have the pluralistic society that a democracy depends on.
At the same time, public participation is an excellent self-education compromise. People learn that compromises are necessary to get things done.
The biggest challenge we face in strengthening our democracy is general distrust in government being at an all-time high. People don't feel heard by their representatives.
We are trying to work towards the same goal, a goal for quality of life for everyone. We try to do this by working with people to understand our values.
It's because of its people. It's people who keep the city feeling fresh and dynamic, who surprise us every day with their zest for life, despite all adversities that they may be forced to face. We always try to find new ways to open up the decision-making process and be more responsive to citizens' needs.
So we meet community where they are at, in spaces
From the White House National Security Council, we have Karen Masson of Google, and we're waiting for our ghost third guest, who is Eva Kaili, Vice President and member of the European Parliament. But we'll get started with our two guests here. And I'll jump right into it with a broad question so we can just set the table. Peter, I'm going to start with you. And walk us through how we got to where we are on the sanctions and the export controls on critical technology, and then to give us a glimpse going forward. What could that mean, for instance, vis-a-vis China?
Well, thank you, Karen, and I want to thank the GMF for hosting me here today. It's a real pleasure to see all of you, and it is such an important topic you're putting on the table. Last fall, we actually had a fair amount of advance notice of this. I mean, credit to our intelligence community for seeing this coming. So we actually had a number of months where we could begin to put together our strategy for, should Russia invade Ukraine, what are we going to do? And we had decided quite early on that one of the major pillars of economic pressure we'd bring to bear against Russia was going to be a very aggressive use of export controls, complementing the kinds of financial sanctions we've been using for a number of years. And the reason we focused on that, is the export controls, is that we really saw an opportunity to hit Russia in its industrial capacity. Because Russia, when we had sort of mapped their industrial production base, was highly dependent on a number of high-tech imports. Not just from the United States, but from our allies in Europe, from Taiwan, from South Korea, from Japan, from places like this. And we saw, going back to late last year, that if we could build a global coalition, we could actually really hurt their industrial production. So we then took a couple of months and went out and built that coalition. In some ways, we drew a lesson from what the US had done on a couple of individual Chinese companies over the prior few years, hitting those companies on things they needed, like semiconductors, and realizing we could actually, if we could bring our allies with us, do that on an economy-wide basis, hitting Russia. And I think you're seeing it play out today, right? I mean, we're seeing reports of slowdowns at Russian defense production plants, at Russian, automotive production plants, because we've been able to deprive them of those critical inputs for their industrial base and for their defense base. And I think you're only going to see the impacts of this set of tools grow over time as Russia kind of drains off the rest of its stockpiles and finds it can't replace the kinds of things that they're taking out of their stockpiles and consuming right now.
It's been really fascinating to watch. Karen, Google has long been an advocate of the positive role that technology can play in terms of addressing global challenges. Talk to us about what's going on in Russia and Google's role. I know you've stayed in the country, but it's only for your free services, and you haven't been obeying the new Russian law on what you should be doing on content moderation. How do you balance these things, and tell us what you've been up to?
Thank you very much, Karen. First, happy anniversary to GMF. Very happy to be here. I think it's interesting because the war is both, online and offline. And I think the war online has actually been quite important. And, the whole disinformation, has been really, surfacing very much. And so if you take companies like us, but other tech companies have been doing the same. I mean, we've been basically working 24/7. We're doing 4 things. First is fighting disinformation. It's extremely important. It's quite big. So we've been doing things like, removing content. If you take YouTube, for instance, we've removed about, I'm not going to say something stupid, 8,000 channels, 60,000 videos since February. On the other platform, we've removed more than 3.5 million videos. So it gives you an idea of, the size of what we're talking about. We've also, taken a policy by which, Ukraine is associated with the fact that you cannot actually say this is not a war or minimize it. So every time there is content like that, we remove it. And also, we've been making sure that, we respect the sanctions. So, regarding the Russian media, they've been removed from search, and they've been removed from our Play Store. But to go what you're saying as well, what has been very important is that, and it's amazing, but YouTube and search are still available in Russia. And we're part of the few, organizations that allow to give the, I would say, the real content, in Russia. And Zelensky's video are actually running quite high, and so people can see it. Also, free radios can be seen on YouTube. And I find this actually quite extraordinary to actually be able to rebalance this information. And in Ukraine, also, we've been helping with our different services. So, for instance, if there is a bomb coming up, we've worked with the Ukrainian government to create an app so that they've got a real-time alert, and then the people can actually go on map and see where there is a shelter nearby. So we're doing these kind of things has been quite important. And then the last bit is cybersecurity. I mean, we have teams working on cybersecurity, 24/7 as well. They basically track and then they remove the cyber attacks. We've put a lot of the Ukrainian ministries, the journalists, the NGOs, we've put them on our cloud, which is cyber protected. And in a way, what I find interesting, there's been some cyber attack, but you could have expected from the Russians to be much more. But actually it was, I would say, higher, but to a certain level as before. So interesting.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to get now into the EU-US Trade and Tech Council, which I don't know if you're all familiar with it, but it was launched before Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but then it's been sort of reinvigorated, I think it's fair to say, in terms of the transatlantic cooperation since then. But Peter, can you talk to us a little bit about the TTC's role at this moment, especially regarding tech regulation? So at the Paris meeting, there was this commitment to, I think, a structured policy dialogue. I think that's what was said in terms of digital strategy and also preventing trade barriers. And how do you see this? What do you expect to come out of it that's actually useful?
Yeah, before I answer that question, I actually just want to pick up for 30 seconds on the previous question. Yeah. I want to say from the U.S. government's perspective, we have really welcomed the decisions by some of the major platforms to stay in Russia and to try to, while staying in Russia, keep kind of misinformation offline. You asked me to talk about the export controls, but we've actually been very careful across our sanctions and export controls to have carve-outs to allow telecom companies, platforms, social media companies, and the rest to stay on. So legally they can stay on in Russia because we do think it's important for the folks in Russia to be able to have, it's a constricting space there, but to be able to have access to that information. And we are sort of encouraging continued dialogue and want continued dialogue with the companies to make sure that those avenues of communication remain open. So very much welcome what you all have been doing. On the TTC, look, I think over the last several years, there's obviously been a substantial shift both in Europe and in the United States towards a more pro-regulatory approach towards large tech companies. And we've seen that in sort of competition policy. We've seen that in issues of kind of content moderation and platform accountability. We've seen that in terms of data privacy and these kinds of issues. And I think there is sort of broad support on both sides of the Atlantic for a more pro-regulatory approach. Now, I think where there are differences of view is in exactly how you do that. And I think from an American perspective, we have tried to have a very good line of dialogue with our European counterparts about how we can kind of do things together and regulate the tech space in a way that doesn't have adverse consequences for cybersecurity, that doesn't have adverse consequences for entrepreneurs who are trying to build companies. It doesn't have adverse consequences for consumers, who want to be able to move from platform to platform and don't want a lot of new kind of, checkbox headache kinds of things that they have to deal with. And so what we're trying to do through the TTC and what we've now committed to do through the TTC is to have a structured dialogue on the implementation of the Digital Markets Act, which is a landmark piece of tech regulation here in Europe, on some of the Digital Services Act issues, and then looking over the horizon to have discussions around Data Act, AI Act, Cloud Act, some of these other over-the-horizon issues, to make sure that we are able to approach these issues cooperatively, that we minimize some of these unintended consequences, and we actually have an effective regulatory regime rather than a regulatory regime that just kind of creates friction and doesn't actually work for consumers, which I think is the ultimate goal here.
I'll just follow up with one question. It's been really fascinating to watch from the outside, as I've seen a lot of people who thought of themselves as purely foreign policy people or purely international economic policy people have to become tech people too and think about how to balance all these issues that you've been talking about.
I think there are a couple of pieces to that. I mean, we are in an era, as I think everybody around this room has been talking for the last 2 days. We're in an era of geopolitical competition, right? We're in an era of geopolitical competition with Russia, and we're in an era of geopolitical competition with China. And a major area of that competition, particularly with China, is in the technology sector. Yeah. And that means ensuring that we are investing here at home, and by home I mean across kind of liberal democracies, not just in the US, to make sure we maintain our innovative edge. It means creating regulatory ecosystems that foster and help rather than hindering kind of entrepreneurialism, growth of our own companies and the like. And it means, figuring out in a smart and targeted way how to push back on, some of the really malign things our competitors are doing in surveillance, in, AI for surveillance, in a variety of other technological domains. And so as you say, in the 80s, the world of competition was, tanks across European battlefields. Now, maybe we're back in part of Europe now, but that was sort of the world of competition. In the 90s and 2000s, we kind of believed the world is flat, and that's not the world we live in anymore. But in this era of competition, technology is where it's happening. So you have to kind of think about the nexus of these issues.
Thanks. So Karen, with the TTC, again, what are your hopes in terms of, I imagine as a company, seeing different regulatory regimes in different countries is an opportunity, but also a challenge. And what do you hope to see, or what is possible, do you think, to come out of the TTC in terms of resolving some of those issues?
Thank you. I would agree with Peter. I mean, sometimes it's actually very challenging. But I think it's interesting because, in one way, the war has reinvigorated, the relationship between the EU and the US. And then you can see what, non-democratic regimes can do to the internet, which is like closing themselves down, closing on the people. But, in parallel, we've seen, honestly, a fragmentation of legislation and of digital legislation. So, I mean, there is a study that came out recently by a think tank and a university which says that for the G20 countries, since 2020, there's been 1,700 legislation or regulatory steps on digital. So it shows you, that it's drifting into fragmentation. And this has a huge impact, of course, into the economy, the trade, because as you say, digital is inherent to basically a lot of the economies and the sectors. And for us, what's very important is that the TTC is a unique opportunity to get the US and the EU to align together on these standards, on this legislation, but also maybe to actually have a coalition of the willing, to bring other countries as well, because we should be a bloc and we should make sure that the regulation kind of align together. And I think that's quite important. That's what we would welcome as well. Because there is only one internet, so there should be like one AI way to do it, in a democratic way. There should all be alignment about what is disinformation, illegal content, and not have, like 27 different versions of it, in only one continent.
Well, following up on that, so, Europe's got this Digital Services Act, and now there's a new revived code of practice on disinformation. As Google takes a look at those and what kinds of procedures you're going to have to put in place. So the DSA, for those who don't know, is about reducing the risk of illegal content spreading online, and the code of practice is about reducing disinformation. I mean, would you see applying some of those procedures that you put in place to comply with those? Would you see putting them in place in other parts of the world?
I mean, I was listening to the European Commission who said they're going to have to hire 120 people, to implement the DSA. Well, that's what we do as well. So they're mind-blowing, legislation. It means a lot. But of course, the DSA and the Code of Disinformation, that's actually just the beginning, because now we need to implement it. So we're going to have to make proposals about how we see it, check it with the Commission. And it's going to take us a lot of months to do that. But absolutely. We doom if we don't do something. We doom if we do something. So at least now there is a regulation which tells us about how to do it. And for us, it does make sense to align to certain principles about how we do that, globally. So it may not be just a copy and paste, but of course the principle will be certainly, replicated and used.
So the US is going to piggyback on Europe, I guess.
At least that's a European dream.
So I wanted to follow up on this topic about the siloing of the internet, because you put that on the table, and Peter, you were alluding to it before when you were saying you're glad that tech companies are still at least providing connections in Russia. And I thought it was really interesting, actually, that the US, when Ukraine asked the US, or asked ICANN to cut off Russian Russia from the names and numbering. The U.S. stayed back, and ICANN said no, and the U.S. has encouraged, that we're not going to cut citizens off from the internet. So we're keeping that principle clear that the internet can provide access to information and free expression. And you, I know, were a leader on this declaration for the future of the internet, which brought 60 countries together. And it's really about, I think, open societies, being a little bit more muscular, I think, in protecting the open internet and addressing some of the weaponization of the internet by authoritarians. Can you tell us about that balancing act and what you're hoping for the future of the declaration?
Yeah, so the Declaration for the Future of the Internet is an initiative that was really a sort of a joint initiative of the European Union and the US, kind of spun out of the TTC to bring together a coalition of 60, I think 61 now, because we got the South Koreans to come in just a couple of weeks ago, countries around the world to get aligned behind a set of kind of conceptual principles about what the future of the internet should be. In a way, kind of updating the principles that underpin the birth of the internet in the 80s and 90s. So, today, it's sort of aligned around principles on today, what does it mean for an internet that is open, secure, interoperable, and reliable, where we are reaffirming commitments to things like not blocking and degrading internet sites and not censoring people online. But where we're also committing to digital access and digital inclusion. As the UN reminds us, there are 3 billion people around the world who are not regularly online. What can we do to actually have that digital inclusion? To have an internet economy, kind of what we were just talking about, that is competitive, where entrepreneurs and businesses of all sizes from around the world can compete and thrive. To have an internet where there are strong cybersecurity standards and the like. So we really thought we needed to kind of lay out a conceptual for kind of the liberal democratic world. What is our vision of the internet? That we had 60 countries launch back in April. On the US side, it was hosted by National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. On the European side, it was hosted by Commissioner Vestager and Commissioner Breton. And we're carrying that forward by signing up new members. And then we're going to be looking to civil society. We're going to be looking to do an event later this year where we're going to bring in civil society and other stakeholders to kind of hold our feet to the fire and give us advice on how we should actually be implementing these principles at a national level.
I want to welcome our third panelist, Eva Kiley. Thank you for coming.
So I'm there and I'm following. And
well, maybe we've been talking a little bit about the European regulations, and I know that you've been very focused on fostering innovation, fostering entrepreneurship, new industries in Europe. And I wonder, maybe you can talk to us a little bit about the various regulations that Europe has put on the table and how you think they could contribute or hinder some of that entrepreneurship.
So just to say that I've started working on artificial intelligence like at least 5 years ago. And what triggered that was like a visit we did in US, where we visited like the biggest universities in academia, and they told us that they alerted us of what AI means to everything, especially in autonomous weapons, and how geopolitical it becomes. And they said, if Europe doesn't start doing something about it, then nobody will. And actually, through US, EU started to do a bit more on the regulation side. And we started to call for an ethical framework in applying AI rules, and also for robotics, and also even for other technologies and the convergence of those technologies now at the metaverse, like blockchain use, because we realized that we have the technologies. Everybody realized that during the pandemic. We saw that we could actually telework, we saw we could actually televote, that we can have teleeducation, but we didn't choose to do that before. So we had to follow specific principles, as you very well mentioned, and we need to be aligned in those principles as democracies, that we want to be progressive, but safeguard what we achieved so far. So to translate offline what we managed to safeguard, the values and the priorities we have also online. I say that because to collaborate and align with like-minded partners globally. It's extremely important, as we now realize with what's happening with China, with Russia, and we see also the implications we have in the digital era. So we can say we have more that unite us to work together. We have set up the first, I would say, effort to regulate the internet after like 20, 30 years that we hadn't done so. And to make sure that it's going to be open to entrepreneurs and to competition. And also there will be rules and clear responsibilities for the stakeholders, and people and citizens will know where their data are located and who has responsibility for specific services and how can they complain. And also because online, there are no physical borders, and still it's not clear what happens with our data if they go from cloud to cloud. And we have to make sure we will complete, actually, these efforts. And I'm very happy that the TTC is taking place, because we need to be aligned. It's not nice if we develop something and then we try to figure out the overlapping or trying to make sure it's going to work also with at least US. But I'm quite optimistic that we have initially a common agreement, a common compass and vision, and we need to fine-tune the details there. And now more than ever, it's becoming very geopolitical to achieve that.
So this panel has been very agreeable and agreeing, but I have a feel I'm going to turn to Karen and see what you think about what was just said about the data.
To disagree.
About knowing where our data is, and you were talking about the Data Act before.
Yeah, I mean, well, first I wanted to say that we actually support the open internet, because it's and that brings back to the discussion I had on the TTC. We need to align on the regulatory framework. Either it is the national framework, like the Privacy Shield, so interoperability of national rules.
Yeah.
Or actually making sure that the rules that are created in one continent align as well, because as you say, AI is applied globally, and then disinformation has to be fought globally. So we need to make sure we align on some principles. What's important for me on the TTC is about the fact that we don't have the national legislation like European legislation on AI or Data Act, which goes on into their way and are not being discussed as well at the at the TTC level. And if I take the Data Act as an example, I mean, it could be conflicting actually with the upcoming Privacy Shield. It can be conflicting as well with the EU-US Cloud Act. So we need to have these discussions together so that actually we reinforce each other in exchange of actually fragmenting, as I was saying before. We have as well, I mean, for Google, we now have, into that a kind of DMA gatekeeper, which we find very excessive, which is also contradicting with the GDPR. So again,
well, you have to say what all those initials mean.
Oh yeah, I know. Well,
this isn't a tech world here.
The GDPR being, I mean, I hope everybody knows the GDPR now because it's been implemented for quite some time and it's going to be revised. It's a private, it's data privacy for the people, and the DMA is basically the competition legislation which has just been implemented at European level, making sure that when you're a big company, you're not going to be abusing of your position. And the AI Act as well, is quite important for us. We've seen the latest draft from the Council, which is basically, putting the general use into the high-risk use, which we actually find quite problematic because this is actually going to prevent, I would say, the spread of AI for like the classic use. So I think that's the kind of things that, through a dialogue, I believe we can actually address on making sure we don't actually, ending up doing what we don't want to do, which is, not to use AI.
So I want to talk about two broader issues that I think people here, who may be foreign policy people, not necessarily tech people, can really sink their teeth into, and then we'll open it up to questions. And those two issues are industrial policy and disinformation, because I know those have both been issues that have been discussed very broadly, and people are really worried about it. So if we start with the topic of disinformation, and I know in Europe it's also talked about in terms of illegal content often, and the proliferation of it. What are you hoping to see from the DSA and the new code of practice, and especially related to elections, things like pandemics, extremism? Do you really think that there's going to be, after all this regulatory activity, that there'll really be some changes?
Well, actually, I think we're going to see a lot happening. one of the things that exist in the AI Act, and I understand that still is not very clear how it's going to be implemented, but I think it's very important because we're highlighting the biggest challenges we might face on the internet against our democracies. We might have actually experienced some through the Cambridge Analytica case, when data have been used to target so much specific, like a very small percentage of the citizens in order to vote for Brexit. Could have affected the result, maybe not, but we don't know. It was so close. So with disinformation, I think what's really important at this point to have is to avoid manipulation of perception by excess influence of the timeline, especially with content that could be from illegal to like fake news to completely something that over-personalization changes how we see things. And not everybody participates in such panels and is knowledgeable about how the internet works. My mother is calling me and telling me, so you see what happened like today, it was on my Facebook. It's like, it was not on mine. So I haven't. We're looking at different content and see things, everybody's seeing the same things. It's not the case. I believe we can develop better the algorithms by design. This is, again, something that is challenging, but technologically possible to have more safeguards. We need to make sure to talk about children and how they can also be protected. We have a lot of discussions still ahead of us, but at least we know that we are starting to, to do something about it. And again, when you see how we have external interference with our elections. We had recently launched a committee on surveillance and software that can be developed outside the EU, but it can also basically hijack our devices and completely have full control of the device, not just the content, but like full control to manufacture like a text and to send an email like it was you. We've seen how deep fakes have developed and how really extremely dangerous this could be in terms of like having elections and not being able to verify the credibility of a video or not. So I think we really need to act. I understand that everybody's like, with regulation, they want maybe less. They want legal certainty, but no regulation. We have to find a balance there. We have to be smart. We have to understand that technology gives us possibilities to become better. Subliminal manipulation. This is something that's very tricky. We have to explain it well because targeted advertisement is a business model for a lot of the GAFAs, at least part of their business, maybe not completely. And we need to make sure that it will also follow some rules, or it would give options to citizens, and by design, it will safeguard a lot of things. And also banning social scoring. I think it's something that in Europe is something that we don't feel.
Can you explain to folks what social scoring is?
Social scoring means I can check all the data that you leave while you're like Google searching or while you're using your Facebook, and I can understand if you're like good citizens or if you had COVID or if you have like another disease and you can have access to public services or not. You can have access to a specific insurance company or not. You might have to pay more to have such access. You might have special benefits or not. This is something that is a reality in China. It's being used extensively, like the use of the digital power to understand where citizens are and to maybe even not allow them this freedom of move that we have here, besides the extreme circumstances of a pandemic, but then that was temporary and we are talking about democracies. So we completely said that we don't want this to be the case. We haven't even started talking about the private sector. Should you be fired by an algorithm? And then don't you want to have the right to redress? Don't you want to have the right to an explanation? Don't you have the right to make a mistake? Don't you want the algorithm to have specific social criteria and some, ethical metrics there by design? So this is possible, but it's not developed yet.
So I'm sure we'll get more disinformation questions, especially for you, Karen, when I open it up. But I just want to put on the table, because Senator Chris Murphy was talking about it a lot before, that we need to think about industrial policy if the democracies want to take leadership on some of the technologies, some of the industries of the future. And I know in Europe, there's the movement on semiconductors and supply chains, and also in the US. And maybe I'll just start with Peter on this, and maybe you can just talk a little bit about the view. I know that some who are now in leadership in the administration talked about an industrial policy. Those words had not been used in the US for decades. What are the prospects? What have we already done? And what are the other things that the US could do and do in concert with our allies?
Well, I'd begin by saying I think we as an administration, I think as Senator Murphy has said publicly, there's growing bipartisan support in Washington for the idea that the U.S., joined with our allies, needs to do some targeted, smart industrial policy. I mean, first I'd say I don't think it's a new idea that the U.S. should do industrial policy. There's been sort of pendulum throughout American history, going back to, say, Hamilton, on whether we should do industrial policy. And certainly in the post-World War II era, you saw a bunch of investments by the government that laid the foundation for a bunch of technologies that we're using today. And I think you're seeing the pendulum kind of swing back that direction. Not that we should have sort of central planning. That's not who we are. But where in this era of geopolitical competition, we can identify, a couple of key technologies or that we need to maintain a lead in or develop a lead in, or some key supply chains where, for national security reasons, we just don't want to be dependent on our competitors, even if our competitors offer us cheaper goods than we make at home. You need industrial policy to foster the investment in the innovation ecosystem. And again, for this sort of targeted critical supply chain goods where you have a national security interest in ensuring you have adequate domestic production, you need industrial policy to do that. We've kind of laid out a theory of the case on industrial policy. First instance on supply chains with a bunch of reports we put out last year on supply chains, and then earlier this year in a speech more generally on industrial policy that National Economic Council Director Brian Deese gave. And the view there really is that, it's going to be targeted, it's going to foster, investments, and it's going to be done in cooperation with our allies and partners. And on that last point, I think we're really focused on being here in Europe. I'll talk about what we're doing with Europe. We're really talking about two ways of doing this together. First way is where there are areas we both are making investments, what are ways in which we can make those investments cooperatively? So, for example, we have an interest in securing critical mineral supply chains for things like lithium for the electric vehicle transition. That's an area where the U.S. and Europe can actually invest together in lithium mining and processing, so we're not totally dependent, as we are today, on China for so much, particularly on the processing. Then there on the technology side, we really want to make sure that we are making these investments in a cooperative way that isn't simply a race to the bottom with subsidies. And so on the TTC, for example, you've seen us lay out last month a set of clear transatlantic principles as we both look to provide some subsidies for semiconductor manufacturing on what those subsidies should be, so that we are actually encouraging investment in Europe and in the US compared to investment in China, so like drawing it out of China and into the West, rather than just getting into some kind of bidding war against one another over where a particular fab's going to land. So it sort of needs some cooperation and parameters on what those incentives are going to look like.
That's great. So I want to open it up to all of you. Does anyone have a question? Yes? Do we have mics? Thank you.
Thank you. If you allow me to wear my mask, it's part of the ensemble. Hi, my name is George Flavis. I work at the Prime Minister's office at the Greek Parliament. Thank you for your input. My question goes to all of you. We mentioned a lot about digital policies and regulatory policies in the EU, and the US is often perceived as a source of innovation and technology ecosystem. We had a very nice, interesting yesterday night owl session about China's influence in Africa and the way that for many years, many decades now, that you have biometrics and AI systems been developed a lot in Africa in exchange of infrastructure and so forth. What would be your opinion and approach in the sense of Europe and the US together working in countries that are now developing their digital presence, they're developing their technological infrastructures. In legal theory, we have this concept of legal transplant, where countries will take legal rules from another country and import it in their own. So the EU as a normative giant and the US as a technological innovator, how you two can combine in order to assist those countries?
Thank you. That's quite a question. Who would like to start?
Well, that's a tough question, actually, because I have the feeling that the recent years we experienced that US is like throwing it back into US, and we've seen other players acting in our neighborhood, if we talk about Africa and also Middle East, and I believe now we feel they're like coming back, so I have the feeling that we have a great possibility there to work together. Even just talking about semiconductors production and like changing how we see our supply chains, it's extremely important. We are combining 50 billion in US and 43 from EU. I don't know if it's going to be 43 or like even more, because just Intel is developing now a 33 billion of investment in semiconductors. So it's going to be big if we try to understand what's the cutting edge technology we want to invest in, and then in terms of our allies and how we can together do more, I think the most important thing is to make sure we are aligned in principle with all the things we want to achieve, and then develop a better strategy of collaboration also abroad. I don't see that happening in Africa. I think it's extremely important. China is already there. They are influencing a lot infrastructure, telecoms. They have access to most of the countries, but we can build these bridges together. For example, EU just recently opened up a file now of discussion to give the visa free, so no visa needed for Kuwait and Qatar. United Arab Emirates don't have it already, so this means like these 3 countries of the Arab Peninsula, they can come, they can invest, they can travel without the need of a visa. So there are tools that we can develop together and also to co-invest. But first we need to also map and identify our common priorities. I don't know if everybody is knowledgeable on the semiconductors, but when 70% of the production is in the hands of Taiwan, we just have 10% in EU, 10% in US, and we woke up in the pandemic and we realized that, oh, the supply chains can be really so disrupted that you order a vehicle and then the sensor arrives 3 years later to have a touch screen. Then you say, okay, now I have to invest on those, and then we have to double it, to do 20% and 20%, so together 40%. Definitely we have to align. Definitely we have to explore our new sources and supply chains through other trusted partners, I would say.
Do you want to
Very
add one
briefly,
thing?
yeah,
Sure.
just as I think about this on competing with China and out-competing their kind of digital authoritarian vision in the developing world, which is a huge priority for us, I think of 2 pillars. Pillar 1 is, what are the standards we want to be out and promoting, and what are the values we want to be out and promoting? And Pillar 2 is, what are the technologies to actually go out and build the infrastructure, and where's the money for that coming from, right? And from I think a US-EU perspective, at least from a US perspective, joined by our allies on the standards side, this is really where we see the DFI, the Declaration for the Future of the Internet that we talked about earlier, coming in, right? That's a high standard vision of what the internet should look like that we've gotten 60 countries to join. We're going to continue to promote in Africa, the Middle East, and elsewhere. And then on the kind of physical infrastructure and technology side, we have to be willing to step up and put resources that say, if you want to adhere, if you are going to join us on the standards, we're going to be there to help you build the network infrastructure that's going to meet those standards. And that's why I think it was so important that just yesterday at the G7 leaders announced the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, which is a new, over a number of years, 5 or 6 years, galvanizing $600 billion of investment for infrastructure in the developing world. It's kind of a big sort of digital telecom infrastructure window, and you kind of overlay the money and the technology coming in with the standards, and I think you really have a comprehensive vision and package that looks very appealing compared to what China is putting on the market.
Yeah, it's been really interesting because it's been something that has been talked about in the West, but we haven't really done much until this big announcement yesterday. It was really interesting. Here.
Me? Sorry.
Oh, did you want to respond?
No,
Karen?
yeah, I just agree with Peter in the sense that if we, we have the same values. So if we get aligned between the US and the EU, we're like basically almost like a billion people, in terms of the standards and the way to do it, which I think provides a good model for other countries to actually choose that model if they want. And that's what I very much hope we can achieve with the TTC.
So, hello everyone. My name is Arba Kokalari, and I'm also a member of the European Parliament, colleague with Eva. I've been the lead negotiator for the biggest political group for the Digital Services Act, which was one of the big laws that you were discussing here. And I understand that is a bit hesitation from the US right now among these laws, but nobody loves to regulate because we love to regulate. I don't know how it is in the US, but here in Europe, our laws when it comes to e-commerce and e-trade and the internet haven't been updated since over 20 years. I mean, 20 years ago, we didn't have even social media or Facebook or smartphones. So basically, our whole life is on these platforms today. So in able to have a free and safe internet, we need to make sure that we have some kind of order in this digital Wild West. And my question is, so basically what we try to do is to make that balance on to decrease disinformation, but still have transparency on algorithm, and still make sure that we have competition and also push back the flow of illegal products from China, which is hampering competition. So we really try to balance.
I have to ask you for a question.
And I want Mr. Harrell to be a little bit more specific. When are you planning to do something about this? Because our law will come into force in a few months, and for the small platforms in 1.5 years. You want an effective regime which is balanced. Here is the product. So when are you going to do something about it so we can work together and have a safe and free internet both in Europe and the US?
Peter, when are you going to fix the internet in the U.S.?
Yeah, tomorrow. No, look, I appreciate the question and the comment, and I think we, as the Biden administration, have been clear throughout the last year, watching the steps you've taken, that we share and welcome many of the goals of both the DSA and the DMA. I think you've seen us say that publicly. I think that was clear in the discussions we've had privately, and we indeed are pursuing in our Congress many kind of comparable provisions in many ways. Now, we have also been clear that, we do think there, depending on implementation, certain aspects of like the way in which interoperability might be implemented that could contribute to cybersecurity risks. And we're not opposed to interoperability on platforms, but we want to make sure that as that's implemented, there are ways to mitigate those cybersecurity risks. So I think we've been clear we share the goals. I think we've tried to work constructively and have worked constructively and appreciate the kind of changes that were made as the DMA and DSA were finalized, and look forward to working on implementation. In terms of the U.S., look, obviously there are a couple of proposals in our Congress on both privacy issues and on competition policy issues, as well as on sort of content moderation. Content moderation, obviously particularly complicated in the U.S. given our free speech protections and the like. And that's why we have, on content moderation as an administration working with Europe, we've been focusing on issues around transparency, around harmful products, things like that, where we do see a lot of opportunity to work together, as well as on foreign, like Russian misinformation. On the competition policy side, I can't speak to what our Congress is doing. It's obviously a very active topic of debate right now. There are bills moving through our Congress right now. And we'll just have to sort of see where those go over the next couple of months. But I think that is one that you've seen very actively being debated in our Congress right now.
So I think we're at 0 time, so I have to leave it there. I think it's always good to leave the audience wanting more. That means that our panel has been really engaging. I know this is a really detailed conversation, but I think it's incredibly important that we merge the foreign policy, the technology, and the economic policy, and you all have done such a brilliant job. Thank you very much.
Sorry. Yeah. Thank you all very much, and thank you so much for this panel. We are heading now to breakout sessions. In your programs, you'll have more details, but if you head through these doors, where we had night owls last night, we will be having 3 parallel breakout sessions. They're open to attend whichever one you choose. Number 1 is on digital democratic Ukraine. That's upstairs in the Oak Room. Number 2 is assessing transatlantic competition in times of crisis. That's in the Mulberry Room, also on the second floor. And number 3 is refugee protection, boosted or busted, in the Marshall Lounge in the front. Thank you.
Hey, John, can you hear me?
Hi, Stephen. I just got
Live stream.
Whoa, where are you coming from now?
Good. Lynn? Please welcome the director of the GMF Cities program at the German Marshall Fund of the United States, Mr. Steven Bosacker.
Welcome back to all of you. I'm pleased to introduce the next block of sessions that are going to be devoted to ways that local players are building resilience and democracy and fortifying it through actions in their cities and communities. The first conversation will examine what authority local governments can use to set an example of democratic strength. The second will explore the lack of trust around elections today and what different sectors, political, media, and civil society, can do to build trust and faith in electoral systems. You know, I see cities and democracy a bit like, and I think that at this point in the forum you're ready for a lighter metaphor, peanut butter and jelly. Been around since we were kids, and way beyond that. One can even wax a bit nostalgic about the combination and the way they complement each other. And both are good alone, yet somehow better together. Really, though, cities and democracy are inextricably linked. Not really an optional mashup like a PB&J sandwich. Democracy, after all, was birthed in a city. And you may have heard me say it before, but I believe cities will save it. In this moment, when we can read 2 or 3 op-eds a week about the demise of, or backsliding, or even the death of democracy, cities have been innovating on ways to be transparent, to undo divisions, and be inclusive of migrants and refugees, and build dynamic places because of that inclusion, and use metrics to show results and competent governing that strengthen the very foundations of democracy where it happens, on the ground, in the daily life of residents. A year ago, GMF Cities launched a project called Cities Fortifying Democracy. 5-person teams from 6 European cities and 6 US cities came together to compare ideas and actions they take to strengthen where democracy seems weak or at risk. Here is a short video of some of the mayors participating in this important project who share their views about the intention we must bring to this effort and the challenging work to be done.
An effective, vibrant democracy looks like one in which the city creates a space where community feels they can participate and engage with the city.
Democracy thrives not only on election day, but every day in between. Constituent emailing, calling, and engaging their public and city officials ensures that voices are continuing to be heard.
The biggest challenge we face is to get people, especially the young, involved in public debate and decision making. All too often, citizens concede that their voice would not matter, that the authorities wouldn't hear what they say, that the whole exercise is a waste of time. We should counter the apathy and show people that their individual choices add up to a joint decision tangibly impacting reality.
You have total apathy, then your democracy is probably going to die. But your democracy is also going to die if no one's willing to compromise. You know, if everybody's just got their views and they're wedded to it and they become extreme in the way that they promulgate their views, you're also still not going to have the pluralistic society that a democracy depends on.
At the same time, public participation is an excellent self-education compromise. People learn that compromises are necessary to get things done.
The biggest challenge we face in strengthening our democracy is general distrust in government being at an all-time high. People don't feel heard by their representatives.
We are trying to work towards the same goal, a goal for quality of life for everyone. We try to do this by working with people to understand our values.
It's because of its people. It's people who keep the city feeling fresh and dynamic, who surprise us every day with their zest for life, despite all adversities that they may be forced to face. We always try to find new ways to open up the decision-making process and be more responsive to citizens' needs.
So we meet community where they are at, in spaces and places that are comfortable to them.
We are
striving to be engaged,
equitable,
competent,
transparent,
courageous,
innovative,
compassionate,
inclusive, responsive,
just,
trustworthy,
free.
We are cities fortifying democracy.
It's a good video.
Please welcome the Executive Vice President and Senior Advisor at the Bertelsmann Foundation, Ms. Catherine Clover Ashbrook.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Good morning if you're watching abroad, perhaps good evening. Cities, they're the seismographs of our global challenges, but they're also the incubators of our global solutions. By 2030, 68% of us will be living in cities. And density and contraction of people, yes, they create problems. That creates problems. It expands and it expounds on the challenges we have. But cities have also taken this opportunity to rethink and re-seize their own form of power, of finding networks with like-minded other cities to address issues as diverse as climate change, pandemics, migration, refugees, and they have a new form of power. Not only the economic linkages that, of course, connect cities across the globe to one another, and increasingly the resilient way in which they're tackling what we're seeing just a few thousand kilometers here as urban warfare and terrorism, but they also, as we just heard in this video, have the power of credibility, trust, and understanding. So cities are a force to be reckoned with, not just among themselves, but also in international relations and in the undergirding of our very understanding of civic fabric. So I'm thrilled to welcome to the stage the mayor of Warsaw, Rafał Trzaskowski. Rafał and I sat together at the Munich Security Conference in February, where we were just a few days out, as it turns out, from, I think, what has become really a cataclysmic turning point for world order, for the way that the West looks into the world, whether it's liberal democracies or democracies writ large. And Rafał, I have to start there. We have to start there, because Stephen made a mention of it, and we're sitting in this agora. Cities used to be the final end, the prize of war. And now this audience and the audience around the globe is as familiar with Ukrainian cities as anybody could be. Severodonetsk, Mariupol, Kharkiv, we all know their names because this is where the battle for our future is being fought. So as the mayor of a country and a city that has welcomed so many Ukrainian refugees, I wanted to ask to respond to a quote that President Zelensky made in front of the Czech parliament, where he said, Russia's not interested only in our cities of Mariupol, Severodonetsk, Kharkiv, and Kiev. No, its ambitions are directed on a vast area from Warsaw to Sofia. What is your reaction when you hear that? How are you reading this from the perspective of City Hall?
Well, I mean, President Zelensky is absolutely right. And we've been telling that to our friends in Western Europe for years, that Putin is a bully, that this is a guy who's completely unpredictable, and then he wants to reconstruct the Soviet Empire. So I have to tell you that you know, we were listening to what he was to say in Munich before the war. 5 days before the war, I was in Kiev talking to my friend Vitaly Klitschko. And we all knew that something's going to happen. We all knew that you know, probably a war will erupt. We thought that it would be another hybrid warfare. You know, we didn't expect an all-out war, but we knew that something was brewing, and we were preparing for it.
How were you preparing for it? As the city of Warsaw, in your conversations with Vitaly Klitschko, how were you thinking about, even then, resilience?
Well, you need to remember that we have our own historical memories. Warsaw was, I mean, you've just seen, you know, pictures of my beautiful city, but it was destroyed. It was razed to the ground because one maniac decided to wipe it off the maps of history, Adolf Hitler. And so when we see Kharkiv, Kiev, and other cities, by the way, both of them are our sister cities, we know what it means when a maniac decides to wipe your city off the map. And immediately after we got the signals that the situation is getting worse, we decided to do whatever we could in order to prepare ourselves for a big influx of refugees. We were helping in 2014. And this time we had a crisis meeting 2 days before the war. So when the war actually erupted, in a day we were able to set up reception centers at 2 railway stations. We were basically ready to respond to the most immediate brothers and sisters from Ukraine.
If President Zelensky is right, and what you as a mayor have a responsibility for is to prepare the residents of your city to think about their own resilience. NATO is about to meet. There's a dinner that kicks off the Madrid summit. But in 2013 was the first time that the North Atlantic Treaty Organization began to think about urban warfare, and that NATO troops would have to operate in an urban context more than anything else. And of course, they were thinking much further afield. They were thinking maybe more of cities like Aleppo. And suddenly, these things are much closer. So how are you thinking now about not only the democratic resilience, how do you talk to your population? How do you inform them? How do you think about what new threats are for your city? But also, how do you think about how that relates to other institutions that otherwise would be in that security fold?
Well, we feel secure, so I mean there is no reason to panic, and that's what we are telling our inhabitants, because we are in a NATO, and that's one of the greatest security linchpins of Europe and the transatlantic sphere. And not only that, because of course, President Biden was in Warsaw. I had an honor to show him around. But just same week, Google decided to invest $1 billion in Warsaw. So I mean, all the signs are there that we're stable when it comes to an all-out war. But when it comes to cybersecurity, when it comes to different hybrid threats, you never know. And that's why we're talking about it with the inhabitants of our city. Just guys, 3 weeks ago, I received a phone call from Vitaly Klitschko. He wanted to talk. We've organized a Zoom with him, Everything seemed fine, although normally we speak Russian. Then I switched into English because I wanted to explain things, and he switched, he wanted translation, which was a bit bizarre. He started asking bizarre questions, but everything was kind of normal. Fine, okay. It was a deep fake. He did it with Madrid. They did it with
Berlin.
Madrid. They did it with Berlin. They did it with Budapest, and so on and so forth. So I mean, that's what we're dealing with, when it comes. So even when we feel stable, when it comes to actually an all-out conventional warfare, we have to be very careful when it comes to other aspects of security. I mean, guys. 2004, 2009, I was working in the European Parliament, then I was a member of the European Parliament, and we were telling our friends in Europe, guys, we got to do something about energy security. We need to become more resilient, more independent, and they were telling me, you're obsessed with Russia. I mean, we do business with Russia. They are normal guys. Why should we do something about it? We don't want to hurt them. Like, competition policy against Gazprom. No, don't you ever touch that. Nord Stream. Remember these debates? I mean, and I could go on and on and on and on and on. And because we were pushing the European Union for it, now we are much more ready to actually withstand the pressure and energy being used as a weapon. We were saying to our friends in Germany and in France, guys, we need to buy gas together as the European Union, and said, no way, because we've got preferential treatment. So in a sense, this is a bitter pill to swallow that we were right, but we were doing it. On cyber, I was a minister of digitization. Mm-hmm. There was this directive, no one probably remembers it and knows about it outside of specialists, about network security. And I was a minister, I was traveling around, I was in the Council of the European Union trying to convince my friends that we need it. And they were saying, no, come on, the Brits told me we were silent, we've got this wonderful relation with the US. The French told me, we are not going to share that information with anyone else. And guess what? 4 years later, because of the disinformation that the Russians use, we finally did it in the European Union. So we have the tools, but we still have to work on that and strengthen our resilience.
So in a way, it's a backhanded compliment to the functionality and power of cities that these turns out, hoaxers who are working, potentially with a deepfake, potentially just with an actor, from these Klitschko calls, that they would target cities because cities still remain that bastion of trust, that bastion of understanding. I mean, everywhere across the world, whether you look at the NED surveys, the IDEA surveys, democracy is backsliding and is backsliding over decades. The only place where it seems to still reside is in that direct contact, in the urban sphere in that way. What do you feel, what are those key ingredients of urban power that you've alluded to a couple of things that even on cyber and on things that used to be attributed to the nation state control, cities are taking back some version of it or taking it for themselves, maybe not back, but are renegotiating their relationship with the nation state such that they can better serve their citizens. So what constitutes urban power?
I would submit to you that we do not renegotiate anything. I would submit to you that sometimes simply the nation state doesn't do its job. I mean, look at what's happening now with the refugees. I mean, the central government in Poland, the populist, they're still the same populist government, guys. Don't get misled, Okay, once we establish that, so they did their job on the border. But then, it was the civil society in action, it was a non-governmental organization, and it was us who had to come in and actually organize help. There was no strategy in Poland when it comes to, for example, education. I have 70,000 additional kids in Warsaw. We've enrolled 20,000 of them already to our schools. And the government doesn't have any strategy, so we just need to come in and fill the void. And it's the same when it comes to climate action. Again, this government is not very keen on fighting climate change. I don't know whether you know it. The populist government in Poland, they simply say it's not a problem and that we should go on as nothing happened. So again, we need to step in because otherwise, we are not going to realize common priorities together. Anything now, I mean, it's impossible to talk about high politics, low politics, what's, urban responsibility, what's not, because at the end of the day, the people on the streets, and that's the big difference. We walk the streets every day. So we get stopped, we get into conversations and so on and so forth, and people don't care. I mean, if the government's not there, they expect your mayor to be there and help them out. And it's whatever you touch. If you talk about inequalities, if you talk about social policy, if you talk about hospitals, in COVID, our government didn't have any strategy. They were, telling me one day that I'm responsible for 11 hospitals, that I should just, one of those hospitals should be COVID hospitals. So we did it. In 2 weeks, they said, no. Each of your hospitals needs to have a COVID ward. So we were preparing each hospital with a COVID ward. And then we're changing this opinion every other day. And we just had to cope. Because at the end of the day, we are responsible.
And then worse than that, wasn't it that the government was effectively trying to starve you out when it came to PPE and the kind of materials? And wasn't it there, and I wonder if you could share with this audience a little bit, how you used an urban network that you had built for yourself of course, European cities in, let's say, illiberal and sliding toward illiberal democracies within the European Union, that you bonded together to find the kind of solutions to serve your population.
So I mean, the first thing I would submit to you that's happening everywhere. That cities step in where the central government is not coping well with the reality. The second question, that's our little Polish specificity and maybe Hungarian specificity, that the central government just hates our guts and we are enemy number one. So of course they're trying to starve us out of funds and prerogatives and so on and so forth. And we are trying to cope in many different ways. For example, I've been trying to convince my friends in the European Union that we need a bit of direct financing. Okay, so that money can go straight to the cities.
And is Brussels, since we are here, understanding that message? How receptive
are they? It takes time to convince our friends, but yeah, I think that especially now with the refugee situation, they're seeing it. And for example, we have this great initiative of 100 green cities, which opens the door for certain direct financing to actually fight climate change. Now, when the European Union is trying to get some additional funding for refugees, by the way, in Warsaw, I've seen American money, I've seen Taiwanese money, I haven't seen any European money yet. And by the way, I spend most of my time doing European integration, so I'm enthusiastically European. And of course, we're trying to convince them. They say, yeah, 30% of the money should go to local governments. So at least and of course, there are also milestones now with the Recovery Fund for Poland, where democracy and rule of law has to be in place, but also, fortunately, the money has to be spent according to transparent criteria. So we're doing as much as we can. But, and that's responding to your question very briefly, we've also done this network of cities. As you know, the Pact of Free Cities with Budapest, it started with Budapest, Bratislava, and Prague, but it has enlarged. Now Brussels, Paris, London are there. So we're using these networks to help each other. So for example, our government didn't want any relocation scheme during the refugee crisis, because that's what they are. You know, their strategy is to have no strategy. So we were at least calling our friends in different cities, and they were helping us out. So it's, you know, we have different networks, Eurocities, the Committee of the Regions, C40, and the Pact of the Free Cities. We're trying to benchmark, we're trying to collaborate, and of course that facilitates our life.
And now I understand a new compact that's co-sponsored by GMF.
Indeed, and I'm very happy that we've done that on security. That's so many cities, 51. We need Zagreb, because Warsaw is the last one. I don't want to be the last one, because it's alphabetic. So we need Zagreb or another city with Zadar. Good Croatian name, Zara in Italian. So anyway, we need some Z cities to join us, but that's another initiative to help us out to create this network, also connected to our American friends, in order to be more resilient when it comes to security. I'm very happy that it has happened and it has been signed.
But if you can give us the top 3 issues that mayors should think about vis-a-vis the national sphere. We just 5 minutes ago, the G7 just issued their declaration on cities, and it sounds yet again a little paternalistic, in my opinion, where the nation state directs the city to be resilient and sustainable.
We've heard
what is
it all.
the city response to
We've
that?
heard it all. I mean, it's just, you know, I mean, the difference is, and it's not only Poland and Hungary, believe you me. I mean, you know, the cities in general are looking into the future, are much more progressive, are much more in sync with what people want. And at the end of the day, it just comes to the same basic baseline. I mean, you know, if you're a prime minister or if you're a minister and you say that, you know, global warming is not happening, and you're just zooming through the city in your limousine, no one's going to, you know, hold you accountable immediately. If I were to say such rubbish, I'd be confronted on the street of my city in an hour by the, you know, angry young people, and my daughter and my son. So I mean, we can't do that. So that's why, I mean, anything that you touch, I mean, besides, you know, of course, you know, hardcore security issues, defense issues, and so on and so forth, but almost anything else we need to be doing. And sometimes it's very difficult to say, you know, where our prerogatives end and where do they begin, because if there's a void, like there was in COVID, and it's not only Poland. I mean, you know, I've talked to my American friends. They had, you know, quite a lot of problems with the previous president of the United States, because the thing is that when I was talking to our American friends 6 years ago, and I was telling them, listen, we've got problems with democracy. They were saying, yeah, you know, this barbarian from the East, what does he know? 3 years ago, they changed their mind, and after the attack on the Capitol, now they're nodding their heads. You know, they understand what we're talking about, and they understand that cities have a role in strengthening democracy vis-a-vis the government, which not always is sane enough to actually acknowledge that we have challenges to meet.
So you've put your finger on this, and we're already nearing the end. So if you have a burning question on your mind, now would be the time to give me a 2-finger. Oh, right behind me, of course, the most challenging of question locations.
Blind spot.
I will get exactly the blind spot. So I'll get to you in a minute and a half. But you've just put your finger on it. If it is true, let's accept the proposition that cities are the beacon of democracy. They're coming out with unique issues and ways to respond to their citizen needs, but beyond that, the breaking point between the city and the urban, and you've mentioned the United States, and Jonathan Rodden has a wonderful book that's called Why Cities Lose, because that entire constitutional system is set up so that the rural areas rule the cities, and we're going to see this play out in November, and you see this in different ways in Europe. So how do cities, if that's in fact true, negotiate those divides? And if you look at the map of your own presidential race, it's the same thing, or the presidential race in Hungary. The cities are those enclaves of liberalism, but those are not the entire country. Something is wrong at the breakage point. What is that?
Well, it's tough. I mean, the important thing is to demonstrate solidarity, and that's what we do, because we have a redistribution mechanism in Poland whereby, you know, the big cities share their tax revenue with some of those rural areas. And that's really important. And at the end of the day, when I go there, when I'm a presidential candidate or when I'm a member of my party, in my party hat, that's difficult. But when I go there as a mayor and I meet a mayor of a smaller city in some of the rural areas which are highly conservative, it's a completely different ballgame. Because people see that we have the same concerns and so on, and it's much easier to actually talk to people. That's why I submit to you that in countries like Poland, of course, we cannot win the elections with the crazy populists just by strengthening the parties, but we need to consolidate the local governance. That's what we do. We collaborate together so that if someone is attacked or if someone is being blackmailed by the government, we help them out. And we need to also galvanize the support of the young people. As we say in Polish, we need to play at the different pianos at the same time if you are to save democracy or strengthen it. And that's what we're doing.
We're clearly all going to have to become much better musicians. Go ahead.
My name is Samir and I come from Bosnia and Herzegovina. I'm asking this question also as a former refugee who fled the Bosnian War. We see in the media that some Polish politicians are very eager to accept refugees from Ukraine, whereas not refugees from African countries or the Middle East. What would be your response, and how can cities respond to this, what we would say as a systemic racism when it comes to current migrational issues? Thanks.
Dobar dan, hvala vam puno. The thing is that, I mean, there is a problem that of course, we cannot substitute the central government, and we cannot, I mean, if the government simply says no and closes the borders, we cannot open them as city. But, in Warsaw, we said we welcome everybody who needs help. And we do not make a distinction whether someone is from Ukraine with a Ukrainian passport or whether he's someone from a third country, because we had 8% of all the people coming from Ukraine were from different nationality. I was in a government, I was a minister of European integration where Poland agreed to actually accept migrants and refugees from the Mediterranean. And then the populist government came and they changed that decision. And don't get me into that, why they did it. I mean, populist and cynical. And they said that we agreed for 7,000 refugees. And they were saying that these are going to overrun us. And we had 7,000 refugees in the Ukrainian crisis crossing the border at the peak point every 15 minutes. So the thing is that the dealing with populists is very, very difficult. But at least in cities we can demonstrate that we're going to help anybody who needs help, regardless of where they come from or what kind of passport do they hold.
Proof of concept. Max Boucher. We have time for one more question after this, so
Thank you. I'm Max Boucher from Brookings in Washington, D.C. I think we often underestimate the pressure that local leaders face. Can you maybe describe the kind of political pressures that you and your peers receive from the national government, as you advance an agenda at the local level that increasingly clashes with national policy? Thank you.
Merci. The problem is that, the pressure is enormous because, of course, they want to starve us of funds. They want to take away our prerogatives. They're taking away our land. They're doing everything to make our life difficult. And on top of that, in a polarized world, political world that we live in today, it's very, very difficult because, I receive death threats every day. That's the reality. But at the end of the day, if you're serving the people, you can always win by simply delivering. Because at the end of the day, the people know better who's doing a good job and who's not. And at the end of the day, for example, in the refugee crisis, people knew that it was us, the mayors, who were much better prepared for what was coming than the central government. But it is a problem because everywhere in the world you have this tension between the central government and the local mayors and local governors and so on and so forth. But of course, in countries like Poland and in countries like Hungary, it has been weaponized by the central government because they're just destroying everything which is independent. They're destroying the independence of the courts, they're destroying the free media, and they're trying to destroy us. But guess what? They've been doing it for 7 years and we are still sitting.
We have time for one last question, also here in the front row for our microphone runners.
Hello, my name is Ciprian and I'm from Bucharest, so that we speak in cities. Cu piacere. So wind, much like climate change, doesn't stop at the border. What can cities do? What would you say to any mayor in Central and Eastern Europe? Top 3 things that he or she should do to eliminate, or at least to break a bit of the climate changes that we see, not just in our cities, but also in our villages? Thank you.
Well, I mean, first of all, I mean, if you are a mayor of a city like Warsaw, and if you're not directing and addressing the threat of global warming and fighting for cleaner air, fighting for climate and so on and so forth, you will be wiped off the electoral map. People will not vote for you, ever. You know, and that's one. But the most important, you know, I talk to some of those populists, you know, and they tell me, yeah, there's no global warming, you know, the father of our president of the republic, he's a professor of chemistry, and he is of very strong opinions that it's not really caused by humans and so on and so forth. So I tell them, listen, fine. I mean, we cannot quarrel about the global warming because you know, it gets us nowhere. Because I mean, you can say that you know the Earth is flat, and so what? But imagine this. I mean, if you are going to do what you're doing and not take the effort to fight climate change, that means that Poland will be reduced to a country with which no one does business, because the European Union will sooner or later adopt such rules, and it is adopting such rules, that you will be at a complete margin of European economy. So we need to do something about that. Even if you don't believe in global warming, you will be reduced to someone who is just at the margins. And I tell some of my councillors, because we do have councillors who also are doubting the role of the cities in fighting climate change, I tell them, okay, fine, okay, but there will be no money. I mean, no one will, the European Union, donors, and so on and so forth, no one will actually borrow us money if we do not accept the green agenda. So, I mean, as a mayor of the city, there's no other way, because first of all, we believe that this is the most important priority, and that's why we are fighting together in realize the priorities. And as I've said, you will be wiped off the map, and my daughter will, you know, lock my apartment, and I won't be able to enter it. But even if you don't believe in it, that would be the end of the development. And people just need to realize. So you just need to address these questions, and at the end of the day, and that's the last sentence I'm going to say, explain to the European Union, and that's what I'm doing. Guys, if you allow these guys to spend money without the cities and without the developed regions, that means that Poland and Hungary will never meet the common priorities of the European Union. So, do you want to have a dark hole in the middle of the continent? I mean, help us out.
I think what you've heard within an unbelievably passionate voice this afternoon is that it takes...
You told me we didn't have time, so I was,
recognition of power, the ability to negotiate on a multi-level environment and playing field, the idea that you have to deliver proof of concept and you have to be credible. And as the mayor of Warsaw would say, that is the way that hope lives forward in the cities.
I'll use that recording in my political campaign.
Join me in thanking Mayor Rafał Trzaskowski.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
And I hand over now to Laura Thornton.
Well, welcome all. So this afternoon's panel is going to focus on the issue of trust in elections. I think we've all learned that countries can have all their election integrity measures intact. Regulations and legislation that meets best practice. Sufficient infrastructure and safeguards. Transparently selected and expert election management and administration. Fair dispute resolution procedures. But, if people do not believe in the legitimacy of the process or the legitimacy of the results, you face a crisis of trust not only of elections, but in democracy. After all, participation in and acceptance of a free and fair election is really the bare minimum of our democratic standards. Today, many countries are facing these difficulties. In some cases, distrust is deserved. Elections are rigged. In other cases, it's not. COVID-19 provisions to reduce the risk of infection presented more opportunities for doubt as countries introduced new special voting arrangements. Misinformation about elections have poisoned our media diet, building even more distrust. Our political leaders, some of them unfortunately, have also peddled in distrust on elections, even making it central to their campaigns. I think addressing this critical threat is going to involve a whole-of-society approach. We need to look across sectors, leadership in government, private sector, media, civil society, and we the people. We have to push back and build the faith. So I am absolutely delighted today to have a panel that represents different sectors. We have elected office and politics, media, research and intergovernmental organizations, and they can help us think through, what do we need to do? How do we do changes in policy, leadership, and society to build trust in elections? First, Congressman William Hurd, former congressman from the great state of Texas in my familial home. We also have Jamie Fly. Jamie Fly, president of Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, former GMF. And last, but certainly not least, my dear former colleague, Therese Pierce-Lanella, who's head of elections for International IDEA. So thank you all for being here. I'm going to start with you, Congressman Hurd. So according to recent polls, 71% of Republicans believe 2020 elections were stolen. Biden is not the legitimate leader. Several factors have led to this breakdown in trust. Given our deep polarization, do you think politicians can and should play a role in rebuilding that faith? And if so, how can they most effectively do so, particularly when it could be politically unpopular among their base voters and cost them at the ballot box?
So the short answer is yes, politicians can rebuild that trust, and it's super hard. It starts with, don't be a jerk, don't be a racist, don't be a homophobe, don't be a misogynist, right? Like, start with those things, all those things that we learned when we were in kindergarten. But it's something that the mayor in the last panel just mentioned. You actually have to deliver. Do something. And so the insurrection we saw on January 6th actually started months before. It started months before the election, where elected officials were continuing to create this narrative with their elected official, the people that they're asking to elect them, that they're going to do X, Y, and Z. And then you don't do X, Y, and Z, and then you blame it on somebody else. And so that creates this process of that further erosion of trust. So it's not just in our elected officials. We're seeing erosion of trust in all of our institutions, and it starts with those institutions delivering. In the US, one of the communities that has the most trust right now are businesses. Part of that is, guess what? They got to deliver a good or a service at a particular time, and it's got to work the way it's supposed to expect, or they're not going to be in existence. I think that's the reason. So we can get to that point where you rebuild that trust. It's long. It takes longer to build trust than it does to lose trust, and it's a long, arduous process, and we have to have elected officials that are committed to it.
Indeed. Jamie. I lost, ergo it's fraud. Seems to be the new black. From Trump to Netanyahu to Myanmar, losers try to claim the results were rigged to cling to power. But in some countries, as you know, countries do face manipulated elections. So my question to you is, what's the role of media here? How can they shed a light on problems in elections, and so to push for reforms and change, but also bolster and back legitimate elections? I mean, how do you call the balls and strikes, and what sources do you rely on?
Thanks, Laura. It's an important question, and I'm glad that Will brought up trust, because I think when you look at the role of media, it also boils down to trust ultimately. A lot of the challenges we have right now in the United States and in parts of the EU are because people have lost trust in independent media. They don't believe media are independent. They've got all kinds of media options, which they maybe did not have decades ago, but it gives the illusion of choice when many of those options don't adhere to standards, tell people what they want to hear within their own bubbles or silos. And so ultimately, it's then hard for media to play a role in accurately describing what happened in a contested election if the audience isn't going to believe them because they think the media is also in on the fix to a certain extent. The one thing I'd highlight from our experience is we operate mostly in unfree societies. We operate in 23 countries where the press is under assault, in some cases banned outright. It's illegal to do journalism in the countries we operate. We have, unfortunately, had to go back into some democracies in recent years, Romania, Bulgaria, and Hungary, because of democratic backsliding. But those markets for us are really the aberration, not the norm. And the one thing I just highlight for those unfree societies, which does give me some optimism, is that you have elections in a number of those countries. They're not free and fair. But we find that media can play an important role. They can highlight vote rigging. They can educate people about the process, about the flaws in the process that the regime has established. And in societies where media is often banned, we find that people actually have trust in our journalists. They have trust in the product of our journalism. And so hopefully that's something that maybe those of us in the West who enjoy those freedoms can look at and perhaps aspire to and be inspired by as we grapple with some of these issues that we're now facing in our own elections.
Look, on that point, what was fascinating, earlier this morning we were talking with some Russian dissidents, and one of the things they said, you got to make sure YouTube stays available because that's how most people are getting access. But these are also some of the same tools in the United States we're complaining about are causing the erosion of trust. And so that adds to the complicated nature of this problem set, because the same tools that are being helpful in creating freedom are also being taken advantage of to create that mistrust.
And that's so true, because as an election observer in many different countries, we also relied on certain social media channels to share information from polling station to polling station, to gather results together through, Messenger, et cetera. So you're absolutely right. And I think as an election observer, you're also reliant on the media as a clear partner in getting this across. So these are very important points. And I really want to bring Therese into the conversation because one major player here are election management bodies. And you and I have lived in countries where literally conflict or peace is based on the work of the election management body. And trust in election officials and willingness to believe them is really important. You've done such incredible research and also lived experience. What are some of the lessons you've learned in either the regulatory framework for setting up the election administration or the design of it, or just election officials themselves? What can they do to build that trust among the public in their work?
Thanks so much, and it's such a pleasure to be here and to be a little bit perhaps the advocate for the electoral management body, or the electoral commission as it's called in some places. Because interestingly, with the composition of this conference, there's many from the United States and there's also many from Europe. And just as the global development has it, those are some of the areas where the electoral management bodies are the weaker in the world, and where others, we can really learn from others who have transitioned from democracy a little bit later, perhaps, but had the advantage of innovation because it was more recently. So those who have transitioned more recently have things that they can share with us. And I'll just share just a few examples. I've had about 30 years of experience, and in those 30 years, we can see, for example, in Latin America, after the dictatorships, there was a real focus on ensuring that the institutions were protected from authoritarianism. So whether it was putting it in the Constitution or giving special powers, or, as in Canada, special financing arrangements that politicians can't close the taps for the elections. So that kind of special status for election commissions, or above, almost like a Supreme Court or a fourth branch. So that was something that that was a lesson learned in Chile, Costa Rica, and so forth. And you can see that electoral commissioners there have great standing. People know who they are. They know them by name, and that's the case in many parts of the world because that has spread. And interestingly, it's spreading back to Europe. So you do see a trend towards election commissions or independent election commissions. Even in my home country of Sweden now has an election commission. It used to be a small, tiny unit of the tax department because elections were seen as just something normal, something that you needed a register of the population. And who has the register? The tax authorities. It was a little tiny unit. But now, learning from global practice, it is now an independent institution as well who does the policy work. Just two more examples. One is at the end of apartheid was what we learned from, say, Namibia and South Africa, for instance, and their very strong and capable election commissions, was the importance of bringing people with you. And this idea that election commissions or authorities would be doing work like civic education or this why you would vote, that wasn't something that was known before. And that practice has also spread and I think is worth spreading still. And just a final example, not from a commission, but the example of people power in the Philippines. This idea that if you are thinking that these elections have not gone well, that people, in this case the Catholic Church leading, but that people would be watching. And that has spread to this idea of domestic monitoring, which I think is now finally making its way into the United States as well, but that is citizens being involved and really taking an interest in their own elections. So there's just 3 examples of how we can learn from other parts of the world, and I think this is South-North learning.
Well, this is something I feel extremely strongly about in the United States because, all the best practices that we've taught abroad about independent election management bodies and constituencies being drawn by a computer, not by politicians, and election observation are things that actually really we should be learning from and might help us out a little bit. Congressman, we've seen, and we were talking about this earlier as well, we've seen how some countries' governments can play a role in building trust, but unfortunately in the US, this can be fraught. And we were talking with Senator Murphy about the Disinformation Board, for example. I agree, maybe not the greatest name, but what can we do how can a government successfully intervene to build trust in elections in their country without giving the impression of advantaging one candidate or political party over others?
Well, in the U.S., you actually have, I think it's 10,000 plus election units because the elections are decided at the supreme local level. And we've seen over the January 6th commission hearings, some of those folks that did their job. It's these individuals, you don't know their name, you're not going to know who they are in the grocery store, but they did their job because they saw it was important. And so as much stress testing that our elections have seen over the last couple of cycles, it's ultimately has worked because the process has worked. It hasn't been pretty. When you look at the disinformation issue, you got to separate it into 2 buckets. I spent a decade as an undercover officer in the CIA, and so we looked at how our adversaries were using information operations against us. And so separating some of the foreign actors, Russia, China, Iran, places like that, on trying to foment discord and erode trust between the American people and our institutions, that's one set of actors that you have a different set of tools against. The biggest problem that we've had, and if you look at what's called the big lie in the United States, a lot of that was propagated not by foreign actors like what we saw in 2016, but it was propagated by people with blue checks on Twitter that were media personalities. And so how do you address that kind of information? And to be frank, a government entity coming in and saying that is a lie or that is fact, that's not going to help because ultimately you got to have some other entity. And that's the hardest thing to deal with. I always love being in Europe because it makes me understand our First Amendment better, freedom of speech, because it's first for a reason in the United States. A lot of people in Europe question whether that makes sense, but it's so foundational to us, and the government shouldn't be telling people what they're doing, even if they're lying, right? And so how do you address that? It's hard to do it from government. So that's why civil institutions, academic organizations, folks at Stanford, Alex Stamos and his organization about putting information out. What we're doing at GMF is another one is showing what's out there. So if you're able to arm people with how this message is being used to influence people, then you can potentially do something about it.
I'm going to throw a little difficult question at you.
Sure.
So, since you brought up disinformation, and one of the striking things to me at the January 6th hearings was Sterling from Georgia, and he, did the right thing and said the elections were legitimate, and he describes having this conversation with his family member, and his family member said, "Oh, but what about this?" Whatever, insert election lie. And he's like, "Oh, no, and he went through the whole laundry list, and finally the family member ran out and says, "Well, you know what? I don't care. I just feel it in my heart." So we're talking so much about winning over minds with facts, but really what we're talking about are hearts.
Sure, and in that situation, I don't know if you can win. And so here's the difference. If you look at our elections between our general election and our primaries, in 2016, 60% of eligible voters voted. In 2020, that number was 67%. But in our primaries, the number was like 24% and 27%. A very small group of people that are actually voting. And I could break it down into a congressional election, 435 House seats, 100 Senate seats. In those 435 House seats, a lot of people are being elected with only 3% of the population making the decision. So ultimately, the real solution to all this is more people need to vote. And if we do that, if we enlarge the pie of people, then you're going to be able to be frank, ignore some of those folks that you're never going to ultimately convince. I would get frustrated. The district I represented was roughly the size of the state of Georgia. It was larger than 22 states in the United States. And I actually held records for the number of town halls I would do. There's a restaurant in Texas called Dairy Queen. Right, you can get a soft serve ice cream.
I've heard of it.
I would do all my town halls in Dairy Queens, right? And people would get upset with me on something they saw on YouTube. I'm like, I've been in your community 50 times. And you're going to take some joker's word that you don't even, his real name is not Dragon Slayer 52. Okay? You're going to take his word over mine? It's like, come on. And
Dragon Slayer.
So can you win that? Can you win that argument? I don't know.
Yeah.
But there's enough people that are worried about putting food on the table, a roof over their head, and taking care of the people that are happy, and making sure the people that they love are healthy and happy. Can we get them to participate in this process?
You know, Jamie, and it's a similar question that I want to pose to you, which, as we've discussed, often voting decisions aren't, let's face it, made based on a fact-based calculation of the policy agendas, and a lot of it's about heart and emotion and tribes, et cetera. Nevertheless, informed choice is where the media comes in, and it allows us to know, who to vote for. It allows us to hold people to account. What is the role, speak to the role of independent media in sort of bringing us together to make decisions with the same facts? How can we get there?
No, it's an important question. I think that the role we play where there are free and fair elections in some of our newest markets, which are EU member states, we're trying to help educate people about the issues that affect their day-to-day lives. We even do that in countries like Russia, where they don't really have the ability to make choices. They can vote, but they don't really have much more than one option, ultimately. But we find that people still care deeply about issues. They want to be educated about those topics. They want to be informed. That helps, hopefully, build some knowledge that they one day will be able to use in a society like Russia's, which I think will ultimately go through transformational change down the road. The other thing I'd say, what keeps me optimistic, despite the challenges and setbacks we've had in the United States and in parts of Europe, if you just look at these societies that are living under authoritarian regimes, yes, they're getting bombarded with disinformation, they're getting bombarded with propaganda. Russia's a case in point, Belarus. But down in the deepest part of their hearts, people still aspire to hear the truth, and they will often go to great lengths to access the truth. Yep. We've seen this since February 24th with our audiences in Russia, people using VPNs, people coming to mirror websites, despite the fact that our sites are now blocked, actually record levels of Russians inside Russia coming to access content that they know the regime is trying to prevent them from seeing. We see it in Belarus, where we've actually had reports of our audience members serving prison time for viewing our website, which is now an offense because we're an extremist organization in Belarus. So someone going to prison for 10 days for viewing a website, and they know those risks. Russians know those risks, brave Russian journalists who are still reporting from Russia, despite the fact that they could get charged with denigrating the military and have a 15-year prison sentence. We've got 3 of our journalists detained currently in Belarus, 1 in Crimea. So people are willing to take great risk to tell the truth, to access the truth. And I think despite this chatter and the proliferation of options that we have in advanced democracies, it is obscuring the fact that people they want to be informed. They want factual content. The problem is right now, I think many people in the West don't know where to get it. They're also hearing their politicians, by the way, denigrate the media and also, in many cases, kind of push them towards those information bubbles where they're just hearing what a particular politician wants them to hear. And so I think there's a role that political leaders can also play in helping to inform the public about the importance of making smart choices as they seek out information, and then also engaging with the press, which is unfortunately one of the things I spend most of my time doing, is complaining to governments who will not give us interviews, including some EU member states. I spent time in Budapest a few weeks ago trying to get access for Radio Free Europe to Hungarian politicians, which is pretty amazing given our history in Hungary and the role that we played in helping to bring freedom to Hungary decades ago.
Laura, I think I can link these two discussions if you don't mind, especially with taking the sterling example that you gave and the anecdote about something went wrong, and then the other example, the family member, and the other example, and the other example, and then they ran out of examples. And there is something particular about this moment in time, and there is a kind of a paradigm shift in how elections will be done. And I know that this conference is very much about that, is that where are we heading towards? And for election administrators, especially for those who have been a little bit under the radar, they really can't be anymore. And the point that I want to make to connect these two is the importance of allies. That an election administrator, and here's a secret I need to tell anyone who has not been part of organizing an election, but no matter what anybody tells you, it is actually absolutely impossible to not make mistakes when you organize elections. And this is just it's just the way it is. And the reason for that is a little bit particular. Other institutions just don't have these particular parameters. So one is absolutely ruthless timelines. If you were rolling out a vaccination campaign, you could use your team and then you could kind of rotate them through. You can't do that for an election. You have to use an army of maybe new staff or staff. The last time they did it was 4 years ago. This is not what they do on a normal basis. Across a country which can be enormous in the most dense urban regions, in areas where people don't speak the official language, very remote regions, and yet they're all supposed to perform in the same way. So just logistically, you are going to make mistakes. You have no trial run. You have to get all the equipment out to these places, and you have to get very, very sensitive information back. Remember, the vote has to be secret, but the counting has to be transparent. And you're doing this with people who have had maybe a day's worth of training. So the way to build trust, unfortunately, I completely take your point and the mayor's point that trust is based on delivery. But delivery doesn't get you the whole way because you cannot deliver fully. So you need to pull other parts of your trust toolkit. And luckily, there are a few more tools in that box that you can pull on. And people trust for many different reasons, but they also trust your good intentions. So that's the kind of one that you might want to pull out if you're an election administrator. And that's my point about getting allies, is you need allies in all kinds of places. And election administrators, different cultures, of course, but many have been working as almost service delivery organizations. But they need to step into the shoes of being an institution of governance that is there to protect this public good that is our electoral democracy. So they're not just there to make sure that they procured the right boxes and so forth and transported it properly, but they have to defend the values. And because of these threats that we're seeing, the misinformation that you're talking about, but also the pandemic. Imagine organizing an election when you have social distancing and people aren't supposed to be meeting. How are they supposed to do that with the rules that existed? Or with climate change, if you're in California or in Australia or in Bangladesh with floods, How are you supposed to stay on the electoral calendar? And so to be able to handle all of these situations, you need allies, whether it's in a pandemic, you need to fast start working with public health authorities. If it's misinformation, working with platforms. If it's cybersecurity, working with security agencies. These are not habits that exist from before, but these are habits that we have to take moving forward. But I want to add one more, and this is to speak to Jamie's point, and that's the people. And the people, if they do understand about elections and understand that it is something worth protecting, they will protect election commissions. And this has been seen in Indonesia, for example, when the parliament tried to take away certain powers of independence, civil society was there to protect them. So because they had been involved, they were on the side of the election commission if it was doing its job.
So I want to keep with you for just a second, and then I really want to let people weigh in. But something that we talked about in the past, and it intrigued me, because I lump these trust issues together. Like trust in media is so linked to trust in elections, which is so linked to trust in democracy, right? But you were saying trust in elections is slightly different from trust in other institutions.
It's different partly because of the logistics, the fact that you cannot rely only on delivery. Right. But it's compounded by the stakes. And that is, and you were mentioning it before, this idea of losers. Most people in an election will lose. Most of the candidates will not gain office. And so this makes, it means not necessarily trying to game the system. As you said, you made it sound as if it was a deliberate, I lost, I know I lost. But many times it is genuine. This sense of agitation, the closer you get to an election and you go, how did I not get the time on the television that this person got? How come I was hit with political financing regulation and this one wasn't? So that sense of unfairness starts to build. And the election management authorities come under attack for those types of decisions. So those stakes really make it different. And I want to add one more thing about stakes, and that is the geopolitical stakes of a contested election. If a result isn't accepted, what could happen? And those of us, all of us who remember Kenya in 2009, the most stable part of East Africa, almost descended into civil war because of a mismanaged vote count. It wasn't a rigged election, it was a mismanaged vote count. And the region plummeted. And the stakes are very high, and that is what makes trust in elections different.
Indeed. I see hands already up. Person in the back with white jacket.
Hey, thank you very much. I'm Kimberly. I work in tech policy in Germany, and you covered a lot of ground, so I want to add 2 more points because I'm curious to hear your perspectives on that. The first one is talking about digital elections. So what's your position on that? And then as I'm here with the Young Professionals Summit, I'd also be curious to hear what's your idea on lowering the voting age, because rebuilding trust in elections really also is a lot about rebuilding trust in institutions and in democracy in general. Thank you.
Interesting point. Who would like to take that?
I'll start. Look, if my brothers and sisters in Estonia can do elections online, so can the United States, right? At a minimum, we should be able to register online, right? And so I think making it the best we can do in the U.S. is make sure it's easier for everybody to vote. In my home state of Texas, you actually have 14 days of early voting, so you can vote from 8 to 8 for 14 days, including the weekends. We just had an election in Alabama. Alabama has 1 day of voting, and so that's the difference across those areas. Being able to find out information on campaigns, that's important. I know Snapchat in the U.S. is doing a lot of information on getting and pushing some of that information. So, and look, when it comes to voting age in the U.S., this is an issue that's decided by the states on whether to lower that. We're seeing the voting participation at those younger age not as high as I think we would like. That has been something that has been a trend over time. So I also think we'll have a better chance if young folks step up and start voting a little bit more. Let's make it easier in a way that they can do it.
Please.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. It's a very interesting panel. Jacqueline Hale from, I work for a campaigning organisation, Crisis Action. I was interested in what you were saying about truth, the quest for truth. I guess what I'm missing in the conversation is the trust in media and the question of media ownership. Whether it's state ownership, Russia Today, TASS, or whether it's the Koch brothers and Rupert Murdoch, it seems to me that a lot of the problems with today's electoral integrity is linked to ownership and the fact that the media is not in the quest for truth, but is actually an opinion maker and shaper and interest-led. So my question really is, what do we do about that? What is the response from decision makers, policy makers, and electoral commissions? How do we manage this new beast, which is the kind of commentariat and their influence on election outcomes and on trust in information sources?
Yes, it's an essential question right now. And so the reality is there is not really a viable path in the free market for most major media to survive. That's the reality we live in this digital age. The digital revolution has essentially destroyed the funding model for traditional media. So what we're then left with, and Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty is somewhat insulated from that because we are a international public media. We're funded by the US taxpayer, even though we're editorially independent of the US government. But you have public media in a variety of forms that can survive because they have guaranteed funding. But the rest of that media landscape then is fragmented, is often bought up by oligarchs or by vested interests that are advancing a certain agenda. We see this to a certain extent in the United States and in the EU, but it's much worse in many of the countries where we operate, in Ukraine, Georgia, Moldova. I mean, oligarchic media is the defining form of that media ecosystem, and it makes it incredibly difficult for truthful information to be shared with voters. And the governments in most of those cases manipulate that oligarchic media structure because most of them have a friendly oligarch on the outside who is funding a media platform that advances their interests. And in some of those cases, I've been surprised as we engage in those markets how open they are about the fact that the president or prime minister essentially calls the shots at the major media outlets and even makes editorial decisions on a daily basis about what those outlets are going to cover. So it's an incredibly toxic atmosphere. No one has found the solution to that problem because no one has figured out what the new free market operating model is for media. So I always just urge more support for public media of all forms. The public broadcasters in those countries, in addition to the international public broadcasters like Radio Free Europe or Deutsche Welle, are important, but those domestic public broadcasters are essential. And trying to pressure governments to maintain the neutrality and independence of those public broadcasters is incredibly important. And then the final thing is the platforms. The social media platforms really play a key role here that they have not, for the most part, been willing to own up to. And there are things that they could do in terms of trusted news initiatives, which some of them have started to do to highlight certain categories of media. But it needs to be a kind of effort across society because I don't think we're going to reinvent the business model for traditional media at this point.
Can I ask you a question? One of the things that I relied on in some of the countries where I worked, and I thought was one of the more trusted sources, even when the national media was local media, and even that we're seeing issues with the business model and big corporations buying out local media. But in the places you're working, are you seeing, is there an attempt to try to build up the local media when they're reporting on things that often are less toxic? It's about the roads and the kindergartens and...
Yeah, local media play an important role, and the donor countries fund many small, struggling, local, independent media, and that's incredibly important. We, although we're not a grant-making organization, we try to partner with those local outlets, sometimes to give them some protection on a story, to elevate their work. But the challenge is, in many of our markets, as soon as the government cracks down, those outlets get wiped out. Yeah. They're the first to go. They have no protection. And even those that survive, I've had local journalists say to me, because you are here and you report on A, B, and C, we can at least report A. But if they reported B and C, they would get shut down, whereas we, because of our US government funding, are less likely to get shut down. So that's a very fragile part of the ecosystem, but I think it's a part of the media ecosystem in these countries that should be supported nonetheless.
Well, I think maybe one more question. Yes.
Justice Forrest, University of Nevada, Reno. Representative Hurd, heading into the 2022 midterm elections, we've seen issues with both restrictions in voter access all across the United States, as well as issues with gerrymandering of districts. How do we maintain public trust and the integrity of our electoral systems while simultaneously seeing issues with that same integrity nationwide?
Sure. Again, go back to increase access to voting, the ability to vote, and make it easier for people to register and do all those things. And ultimately, I'll use my home state as an example. If you only read national newspapers, you would have thought that people were burning votes in barrels in Texas. That wasn't necessarily the case. But we had a primary. 1.8 million Republicans voted, 1.2 million Democrats voted out of 30 million possible voters. Right? That's a terrible turnout. And that was not all because there wasn't ability to vote. Like I said, 14 days to vote. You can register 30 days in advance. You can request mail-in ballots. So the issue is, I actually think people are not talking about the issues that people care about, which is keeping people at home. And so part of this is the opportunity is to talk to those folks that aren't coming out and appeal to the things that they care about. Oftentimes it's different than the things that we see on social media and cable news. And so that I wish I can say if we do these three things, everything's going to be perfect. You may have some of those because put her in charge. You know, would be step one in order to do that.
Well, I'm afraid that we're out of time, and I think we end these sessions as we always do, perhaps with more questions than answers. But thank you so much to Congressman and Jamie Fly and Therese, my old friend, and thank you all.
Laura, thank you. Thanks to you. So we've come to our last main session of the day before the breakout dinners, and it's actually a very, very special one. For the last number of years in person, but then at least one edition virtually, we've partnered with Intelligence Squared to organize a very special series of debates around topics that are critical to our conversation. And today we have a debate around the question of, should we isolate Russia? It's a very special format, and it'll be explained to you. But just to say, we're really delighted to be cooperating again with Intelligence Squared. We were talking before I came in here about why this is important to the two of us, and I think it boils down to this. I think the combination adds a very special value for our participants here, but also for the bigger audience that will see this. So we're very happy to be collaborating again, and we're very happy to have David Ariosto with us, host of Intelligence Squared, to explain the format, to moderate the debate. David, over to you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thanks for sticking around here for the last event of the forum. I'm David Ariosto. I'm the head of editorial of Intelligence Squared, also your host and moderator for tonight. But before we get started, I just want to thank the German Marshall Fund for having us here to do this all-important debate. You know, it's something because of the timeliness of this topic that we wanted to focus on. Obviously, Ukraine and Russia are topping the headlines very much every day. But the place of where we're at is also highly relevant. NATO is just right up the road here. SWIFT banking system, of which several Russian banks were banned, is also headquartered here. And President Volodymyr Zelensky came here after his inauguration to petition for EU membership and for NATO membership. It's also a place that is very much steeped in history in a broader sense. I know from a personal perspective, my grandfather was wounded here back in 1944 during the last major German offensive of the Second World War, the so-called Battle of the Bulge. And I remember him describing just how cold he was, sleeping on the frozen ground in December with the snow. And it got me thinking about the sacrifices that the men and women made during that conflict. And only a couple years after that war, NATO was established with the intention of keeping war from Europe's shores. And yet here we are, about to debate what to do about yet another war on the European continent. And yet another winter is also coming, this time perhaps without the benefit of some of that Russian energy upon which many have relied. So that is part of the reason we wanted to do this debate. And we put together a bit of an explainer to detail the back and forth as to why. So I'll let you watch right now.
At the time Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine, Europe was among Moscow's biggest energy customers. Not just coal and natural gas, but 1/3 of Europe's oil also came from Russia. In fact, the Kremlin plays an outsized role in world oil markets, accounting for about 12% of global trade. But with sweeping sanctions as a result of the war, much of that is in question. So is this campaign to isolate Russia ultimately a good idea? Those who argue yes say the Kremlin must be punished, and that accommodations only embolden Moscow. Those who argue no say isolation is a dangerous gamble that could disrupt Europe's economies, influence its politics, and risk escalation. In tandem with the German Marshall Fund, we debate this question: should we isolate Russia?
So yes, that is the question. Should we, the transatlantic partners, that's defined as we, isolate Russia? Now, keep in mind, this Intelligence Squared debate is not just for this forum here. We're also a radio show on National Public Radio. So the forum that you see here, everyone that's benefiting from this discussion, the debate, it's not just you. This will also reach an audience of millions in the United States when it's later broadcast, and you certainly are going to be a part of it. You're going to vote twice. I'm just going to go a little bit how this is all going to work. You're going to vote twice on this. You'll be getting a push notification right now where you can just scan the QR code that's right behind me here. And essentially, you're going to be voting on how you feel about this motion now, before you've heard the arguments, and then you're going to be doing it again in about an hour's time after you've heard the arguments. And I will say this, that part of our mandate is bringing civil discourse and debate through civility and a willingness to have an open mind. So as you go into this discussion, as you go into this debate, have an open mind. Think about what the arguments are, and we'll see where you stand at the end of it. When you click on that QR code, you have three options: yes, no, or undecided. And the question, obviously, is should we, the transatlantic partnerships, that's how we define we in this context, isolate Russia? So let's go ahead and now meet the debaters. So first up, arguing yes to the question we should isolate Russia is Bulgarian politician and European Parliament, Radan Kanev. Next up, his partner, former ambassador to Russia, U.S. Ambassador, Michael McFaul. Their opponents, Jonas Schinde, chief economist and Russia specialist. And joining us via Zoom, Emma Ashford of the Atlantic Council. So the way this is going to go is each debater will have their time in turn to give an opening statement, 3 minutes in length. And the first up is former ambassador to Russia, Michael McFaul. Michael, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Usually this is when we say, I'm so delighted to be here. I'm not delighted to be here. I don't want to be here. I'm not a professional debater. These are really tough questions. And thank you for reminding everybody I'm a former ambassador, but I'm a real professor. I've been a professor most of my life. We don't speak extemporaneously like this. I was told to wander around. David coached me in this, right? We don't do this way. Usually there's an audience there. Usually there's a podium here. Usually there's slides here. That's how I normally talk. And usually we speak in 100-minute intervals, not 3-minute intervals. So I am not delighted to be here. But I'm here anyway, and I'm going to try to make 3 arguments in 3 minutes. Before I get to that, you already defined the we. Thank you for that, because I was not sure what the we is. I want to be clear for me, and I'm not saying this is for the rest of our guests today. For me, Russia in this debate is Putin's regime. It's not Russians. I don't believe in isolating Russians. And I want to be very clear about that. The arguments I'm making is about Putin's Russian regime today. I'm not arguing about 300 years of history, although we're going to get into some history. Those are my definitions. And 3 minutes, oh my God, the clock already started. I didn't start my remarks yet, David. I've already lost 30 seconds. All right, 3 arguments in 3 minutes. One, I believe that for the Transatlantic Partnership, the United States, the liberal world, the free world, isolation is the better strategy to achieve our national and international interests than all the alternatives. And I want to be clear about this. There's a lot of confusion sometimes, well, certainly when I worked in the government for 5 years, about means versus ends. Isolation is a strategy to achieve something, as is engagement. It's important to define what are you seeking to achieve? What are your objectives? And this has changed over time, over decades, for my country. But I would argue today, for the objectives that are most important for the United States of America, vis-a-vis Russia, isolation helps us achieve our objectives better than engagement. So building a free and sovereign Ukraine. Does engagement with Russia or isolation help us achieve that end? Obviously, in my view, isolation is better for achieving that. Dealing with China. Isolation, in my view, helps us achieve our long-term objectives vis-a-vis China rather than engagement with Russia. Energy security. I was in the Obama administration. I worked in the campaign. I wrote a memo in the fall of 2008 why we should seek energy independence from Russia. And because we still believed in engagement, we didn't do that. Today, I think it's crystal clear isolation helps us achieve that objective, and maybe in questions we'll get into others. 2 more arguments I want to make because the clock ticks very quickly. Second, if you're going to argue for engagement, and I'm just dichotomizing in the interest of time because it's on a spectrum, but if you're going to argue for engagement, there are costs to engaging Mr. Putin today, particularly, I would say, to the values that we've been talking about in this conference for the last 2 days. And particularly, I would say, for Europeans who do not have the same baggage that Americans do when talking about values. Are you going to normalize annexation in the name of getting along with Putin? Are you going to forget about human rights and shake the hands of the guy that slaughtered hundreds, thousands of people in Mariupol? That's a trade you have to take. And then third, it takes 2 to tango. And Putin is not interested in engagement. He likes isolation, and therefore pursuing engagement will lead to failure. Thanks.
Thank you, Michael McFaul. Next up, arguing no to the question, should we isolate Russia, is international economist and Russia affairs specialist, Jonas Schneider. Emma. Oh, excuse me, is Emma. Emma Ashford.
Thanks so much for having me, and thank you to the German Marshall Fund and Intelligence Squared. I'm happy to be here to talk about this important question, albeit in COVID isolation upstairs. So my partner, Jonas, and I are going to argue that we in the West shouldn't isolate Russia. We fully agree and acknowledge that there may be an excellent moral case for doing so, particularly given the barbarity of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. But we believe as well that there are many practical considerations in the economic and political space that make it hard to believe that isolating Russia would be an effective approach for the West. And I'm going to give 3 core reasons during this opening statement. So the first is that long-term political isolation of Russia and economic isolation is going to bring significant costs here at home for domestic politics in Europe and the United States. We have already seen this as the economic impacts of the Western sanctions are contributing to falling standards of living, adding to inflation, and have produced backlash against incumbents in elections in France, have produced turmoil in governments in Bulgaria and Estonia, and the far right has often been the benefit of these policies. So we believe that Western liberal values here at home may actually be seriously impacted by a strategy of economically containing Russia. A second point, long-term isolation of Russia is also likely to be negative for domestic politics inside Russia. We've repeatedly seen over the years with sanctions, various studies have shown that long-term sanctions regimes strengthen incumbents, weaken civil society, and allow authoritarian leaders from Kim Jong-un to Fidel Castro to blame outsiders for their own poor mismanagement. And we see in the last few months that this is what is happening inside Russia. Sanctions appear to be strengthening Putin's grip on power, not weakening it. And then a final political argument, we believe that ending the isolation of Russia as it is right now will actually be essential to a viable and lasting peace agreement over Ukraine. If Russia has no stake in a peace agreement, if they are excluded from European security in the longer term, they're more likely to reoffend. And we only have to look at historical examples to see cases where this came true. Consider Germany at the end of World War I, where the Versailles Treaty imposed a punitive peace that helped to fuel the rise of a far-right movement, helped to cause another devastating war. But we also have positive examples of how to maximize containment and engagement together. Consider the Cold War. We saw leaders from Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher to others engage with the Soviet Union on key issues like arms control and international security, even as they contained them in other areas. So we believe that diplomatically isolating Russia, a more extreme policy than the one we pursued during the Cold War, is more likely to provoke backlash in this space. And so just to sort of sum up, it may be morally satisfying to isolate Russia, but policymakers have to consider the potential consequences of their actions. And the consequences of continued isolation of Russia after the war could be severe. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. Next up, arguing yes to the question, we should isolate Russia, is Radan Kanev.
Thank you, David. And let me first thank the German Marshall Fund and Intelligence Square for the rather undeserved honor to be here, which thrills me a lot. And then I will start with brief history remarks on the issue of integrating or isolating Russia. And I do it not because I love history, which I do, but because Russia's regimes in multiple, and especially Mr. Putin particularly, are strongly preoccupied by history issues, and history is framing their political decisions quite often. So the West has, for centuries, has this rather naive, even dangerous dream of integrating Russia into a rule-based international community. And sometimes the dream was fulfilled. Russia entered the international community in the end of the 18th century by taking the lion's share from the partition of Poland, and thus setting the pattern of its eventual integration attempts. Furthermore, Russia had at least two man-on-the-moon moments in its integration in the international community, or I should rather say one Cossacks in Paris moment and one Bolsheviks in Berlin moment. After contributing in really great part to the military defeat of Napoleon and Hitler, Russia was first integrated as a main player in the so-called concert of powers in the 19th century, and then became a permanent member of the UN Security Council in the 20th century. And regretfully, in both cases, Russia used this integration, this position, these new powers in order to subdue, oppress, and even try to erase a big part of Eastern Europe from the map of the world, and rather successfully. So I'm speaking very much from a European perspective, from an Eastern European perspective, or even Southeastern European perspective. And I think it is a very important one, because Russian aggression is not a victimless crime. Every time there are victims, and from our point of view, the most important ones are those in Eastern and Southeastern Europe, although victims within Russia should not be underestimated. Since time is running out, I will use furthermore historic arguments, especially the one who loses and who wins when Russia's regime is humiliated, as Mr. Macron said, but we will do it during our debate. Thank you.
All right. And last but certainly not least, Jonas Schende.
Well, I am pleased to be here. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you to the GMF for hosting this conversation, the Intelligence Squared. I think it's a very important topic to discuss. And, of course, arguing the reading the room and arguing the unpopular position, I think, is a little bit difficult. And I get it. I get it. We want to respond to Russia. Much of this forum is about responding to Russia. There's Russia, it's doing things, we've got to respond. Okay. Sure. But, even the question of this debate, should we isolate Russia, it connotes that we must believe that, in fact, such isolation is possible to achieve. And, I just don't believe so. And here's why. A series of really adverse economic actions were taken against Russia. And without giving much thought to the destabilizing practical impacts of such actions on the global economy. And, these actions were, and we can say now, absolutely unsuccessful in forcing Russia to reverse course in Ukraine. So from this standpoint alone, this policy of isolation has been ineffective. And that is the argument that I'm going to make today. In fact, I would say even more. Russia is winning because of this economic isolation policy. The income from energy doubled for Russia this year. They have a very strong fiscal position. They can spend all the money they have, and they can have a lot of grain. They can do a lot of things, and they have a lot of resources to go, to use. Is Russia isolated? Well, I don't know. You tell me. Its oil exports to China doubled. To India grew by 650% this year, and I think they're doing quite well. Conversely, elsewhere, we have a situation where everybody's feeling the pinch, particularly in Europe. We have a rising inflation, collapsing standards of living, and the industrial base of many European countries is built, and particularly in Germany, is built on cheap energy from Russia. Without the energy, this base is eroding. Now, I would say more. There's one clear winner in this whole situation, and that is China. China's enormous resources, enormous labor pool, coupled now strategically with the Russian energy, is going to probably, and I would say very likely, lead to the rise of a global competitor in Asia that Europe and North America, our alliance, will have a very difficult time to manage. It's time to get pragmatic, and I encourage you to vote against this resolution.
All right, thank you very much, Jonas. And that concludes round one. We're debating a question, of course, should we isolate Russia? We're going to move now on to round two, which is the discussion. Now, the debaters will be taking questions from me, from each other as well. I encourage you to essentially ask questions of yourself. So as I do not block Emma, I'm going to take a seat right here. That doesn't mean I'm joining your team, Jonas. But I'll be sitting.
A little suspicious to me.
Yeah. So I'll be sitting right here. But You know, this is a place where it's going to be more of a free-flowing conversation. We'll do Q&A from the audience afterwards. This portion will be the last 20 minutes, the next one about 15 minutes. Two teams arguing yes, Vadan Kanev, Michael McFall, Jonas Scheindov, arguing no, obviously, and Emma Ashford. I was going to start off this conversation with you, Michael. But in light of what Jonas said, I feel like I have to ask you some questions and sort of push back on this. So you said Russia is doing quite well. Mm-hmm. I'm wondering how you respond to questions of estimations of 10 to 15% GDP decline, currency devaluations, and estimates across the military spectrum of wholesale decimation of many of their units. So if you can quantify how they're doing well a bit more for us.
Well, if you talk about currency devaluation, and okay, I'm also a professor sometimes, but I'm also a policy person sometimes. So I do math, okay? And we can have many opinions about policy, what's effective, what's not, but math speaks for itself. The Russian central bank is lowering its interest rate specifically to devalue the currency. They have an enormous inflow of cash into Russia right now. They do not know what to do with it. Okay, there's so much of it. They try to lower the rate of interest so that the ruble is depressed against the dollar, and they're failing. They're failing miserably. We are dealing now with a strengthening Russian ruble that makes imports cheaper for many Russian consumers and firms, and they're doing fine, while we are dealing with historically high inflation rates.
Jonas, is that a short-term or long-term thing? What's going to happen a year from now to those mathematical statistics I just talked about?
Well, in the long
after
run,
they're cut off from Europe for export.
In the long run, we're all dead, but I
said a year from now, not I hope to be alive in a year, so how about in a year?
Well, I think we are dealing with different timelines here. And I sincerely fear that we might experience a sudden death in our industry capacity, in our standard of living, and if we don't reverse course, and my colleague already mentioned this, it might lead, if you don't change the policy, then the policymakers will be changed. And that is a grave danger for our political system, our democracies that sustain our way of life.
Monica, do you want to respond to that? You just have to jump in.
In so many ways. Now, the clock's 17 minutes. I get 17 minutes? Right now? Okay.
It's distributed.
Well, so a couple of things. The reason I asked that question is I think it's a very legitimate question. Russia has lots of money, the ruble's strong, but whether that's a short-term effect of the lag time between cutting off energy versus not. The G7 just announced a price cap yesterday or today. That's coming. And so in the long run, it's a debate. I don't think in the long run Russia is better off because of these policies now. And two, I think it's a historic decision that Europeans have made to get off of Russian cheap energy. I think in the long run, Europe and the world and the climate, by the way, are all going to be better off from this isolationist step. Now, short run pain, long-term benefit, I think, for Europe and the world. But number two, define Russia for me. The Russians. Putin, I got it. Putin's better. He's got this money. He's good. Is Nabulina better off right now? Is German Gref better off right now? Are any of the Russian businesses in Russia, real private people, are they better off? Is Alexei Navalny better off? Who is benefiting from the things that you're talking about?
Well, I think it is difficult to separate these kinds of things. I appreciate the question. When we talk about isolating Russia, I think we're isolating Russia wholesale. And that, and I will let my colleagues speak about that, that is a counterproductive type of a policy. Many people were hurt, of course, in Russia, and any policy has multiple effects. But we're talking about Russia as a regime, Russia as a country, and of course, many people who look at the stance of hostility and hatred towards Russia, many simple people, ordinary people, they assume that it relates to them as well. Now, of course, if you look at the budgetary picture in Russia. They have a very significant public sector. So when I said that, that the public sector is very strong, that the budget is very full, the coffers are full, that means that they're able to meet their budgetary obligations. And ordinary people, the teachers, the doctors who are public sector workers in Russia, they're going to have their needs met, and they are not going to rise up. And I think the kind of magical thinking that we will inflict a lot of pain on Russia, and Russians will rise up and carry Vladimir Putin out of Kremlin, or he will die of cancer or something happens. All of that magical thinking needs to be put to one side, and we need to engage Russia and engage the Russian regime in the matters of importance, not just to us, but also to the world.
I want to take that point because we're on the economic side of this argument here. There's another side, the more imperative, the peace process, which Emma, you talked about quite a bit. But Ron, on sort of a two-part question. One, when we talk about isolating Russia, is that feasible given Brazil's willingness to do business with Russia, India's willingness to do business with Russia, China's willingness to do business with Russia? And then the second part of that question, I mentioned this in sort of the opening statement, winter is coming. Europe relies heavily on Russian energy, and we've already heard about rationing in Germany potentially. Bulgaria, your home country, is a country that has historic ties to Russia. So as you feel the pinch of these sanctions, there's concern about how it might manifest politically as well. So given that two-sided approach, how do you do this when so many other countries are doing business with Russia? And how do you do this when so many of your citizens might be suffering as a result of it?
So let's start directly with the question on countries doing business with Russia. Europe is severely dependent on your Russian energy supply, and this is no news. So here we have a huge problem as European policymakers. And the problem is we did not isolate Russia in 2014 when they annexed Crimea. And here I have something about 2014. So here is the European natural gas import from Russia. Here is 2014.
Do you want to describe what you're showing just for the radio audience as well?
And here is 2020.
Rada, do you want to explain what you're showing?
I'm showing a diagram of the European import of natural gas from Russia. So after Russia annexed Crimea, the share...
it's going down, is what you're saying.
No, it's going high.
Oh, okay.
It's going much, much higher. So Europe starts buying more. Instead of isolating the clear aggressor who annexed the territory of a sovereign country, we started, especially Germany and Italy, we started buying more gas and encouraging him for the next step. The share of Russian gas imports in Europe rose from 32 to like 40% of the European market because we gave him this price for invading Ukraine. But next, yes, we are dependent. We are overly dependent. But when it comes to natural gas, Russia is over 70% dependent on export to Europe through pipelines. Pipelines they don't have to China, and they obviously don't have to Brazil. And they have very, very poorly developed LNG technology, so they have nowhere to sell their natural gas if we cut it off. We have strong weapons that we don't use. But then, of course, comes the moral argument, which I find much more important. We are in the midst of aggressive war. And if we do nothing, because the proposal indeed is to do nothing, then what comes next? My country, Bulgaria, Romania, or Moldova, like the last one who is not in NATO and who comes after Moldova? We don't have answer to this question. Yes, it's painful. Yes, it hurts to impose sanctions, but we are in a war. We don't want to engage the bully. Then we isolate the bully. I don't see the third way.
I'm glad you mentioned the moral aspect of this, because this is something I want to take to you, Emma. I mean, in your opening statement, you sort of talked about the moral imperative in terms of the humanitarian aspect of this. I'm wondering how you would respond to allegations, perhaps not toward you, but allegations of appeasement or conciliation in terms of, if the Transatlantic Partnership does not act, then what we've seen in South Ossetia with Georgia, what we've seen earlier in 2014 with Crimea and earlier incursions in Donbass and Luhansk, if NATO is not willing to engage militarily, which seems clear, at least from a boots-on-the-ground perspective, how do you respond to the question that isolation is sort of the next best move, or perhaps the first best move?
The argument that I started to make in my opening statement, I think, which is that containment and isolation are not the same thing. And I think we should be very clear about that. Deterrence and isolation are not the same thing. There are plenty of things that we in the West can do in order to militarily deter Russia from invading NATO countries, in order to help countries like Moldova or indeed Ukraine after this war to defend themselves and make themselves too difficult for Russia to take action against. But those steps don't necessarily involve isolating Russia, cutting it out from the global system. And just to sort of go to this question of oil and gas, I think you could make a good argument that Europe might be in a better place if it was not dependent on Russian gas or Russian oil. You could make that strategic argument, but I think we should also be clear that what we are doing there, we would not necessarily be hurting Russia over the long term. Oil is fungible. It is easy to ship oil supplies elsewhere in the world. Gas supplies, as Renan noted, will take longer for new pipelines to be built. But my suspicion is that in the longer term, as you put it earlier, that those will shift as well. And what we'll end up doing is having sort of a game of musical chairs where we all pay higher costs. And in 5 or 10 years, Russia is simply shipping the same resources to new customers for the same price.
Michael, I wanted to go to you on that specific point, but to sort of...
Because I have so many things I want you to go to.
But to add on to that question, if the Transatlantic Partnership, if Europe has ended up paying for Russian gas, Russian oil, through a third party like India, and ends up paying a higher cost for that, but ends up still putting money in the coffers of Moscow, or if the European continent ends up buying more energy from partners such as Saudi Arabia, which have their own history of human rights questions, then what are we really talking about here?
Well, there's so many pieces of this that I disagree with. So first of all, it's not so easy to switch to oil and gas to other markets. Russia's paying a 30%, they're getting back 30% less from that money. And to me, that's a good thing, not a bad thing. And that I think can continue with more isolation. If we don't provide insurance for those tankers, the price is going to go up. That's a good thing, not a bad thing. And remember, we're talking about we. We're not talking about isolating Russia from the world. You kind of blurred it when you talk about, well, we can't cut off from China and India. I don't care about that. Knock yourself out. Mr. Putin, if you want to be a vassal of China, he always talks about you countries in this room being a vassal state of the United States. That's a phrase he loves, Vladimir Putin. If you want to do that at these reduced prices, that's really bad for you and your economy. I don't care about that. We're talking about us, we, right? That's the first thing. Second thing is, we have to run the counterfactual. We've been there and we've done that, right? 2008, we had exactly this debate in my country. I'm presuming we had it in other countries. And we decided, the Bush administration, not me personally, but they decided, oh, it's too costly to sanction Russia. We need them for X, Y, and Z. Oh, and we don't want to provoke the Russian bear. Oh, excuse me, I guess I should spin around, right? We don't want to provoke the Russian bear. We better not give them military weapons. Yeah. That's the debate the Bush administration had in 2008. Yeah. You mentioned 2014. Same debate. I had left the administration, but I had lots of friends in the administration at that time. It was exactly the same debate. We can't sanction Russia because it'll hurt our consumers. And if God forbid, we put javelins in Western Ukraine in storage spaces, that's what the mighty Trump administration did, by the way, when they said we didn't do anything. Yeah. That's going to provoke the Russian bear. Look where we're at, folks. It didn't work. So think about, had we sent HIMARS and isolation in 2008, maybe we would have avoided this horrible, barbaric costly war. Let's leave the norms out. I'm happy to talk about norms later, but just from our pragmatic national security interests, is this war in the interest of the United States? My answer to that is no. Had we isolated Russia, Putin's Russia, earlier, maybe we would have avoided this catastrophic war.
You said in the interest of the United States, Rod, and I just wanted to quickly go to your question with you. Does this risk a broader stratification of the global system? With several Russian banks being banned from the SWIFT system, does this further along the decoupling that we've seen between East and West, and what are the broader ramifications and consequences of that, if that's true?
I don't think economically and let alone politically isolating Russia is really dividing the world on West Bloc and East Bloc as it was. We are not in a new Cold War by a very simple reason. Today's Russia is in times weaker than Brezhnev's Soviet Union, and still much, much more aggressive on the international scene. And here I want to refer to Emma and what she said about President Reagan. My God, he did isolate the Soviet Union. He did isolate it for a very long period. He blamed it as an empire of evil, and I lived in communist Bulgaria back then. And my God, we felt very, very isolated. I had Uncle Sam with his nuclear weapons attacking my school every day in the school newspaper, you know. So it was a very tense situation. It was isolation, and it led to Reykjavik 7 years later. So it took really, it was a long shot, and it took a lot of expenses for defense. Well, you remember the Star Wars, at least older people like me, and so on. So Reagan is a very good example in favor of what the West is doing now.
All right, so I want to take one more question to you, Emma, maybe perhaps more than one. If not isolation, then what?
Some mixture of deterrence to prevent future Russian aggression against NATO or against other European countries, combined with some level of post-war engagement. And something we haven't really talked about in the course of this debate is the time scale that we're talking about. I think, you know, that there's not necessarily a great argument for changing course for the West this instant. But in thinking about how we bring an end to the conflict, we should be thinking about how to build some engagement with Russia, how to use the lifting of some of the sanctions that are in place to actually buy concessions to Ukraine at the negotiating table as this war ends, and then think about how in the long run we deter Russia. I think that's a more effective approach, sort of a phased approach to ending the war and moving past it, rather than necessarily just talking about sticking with the approach that we have ad infinitum.
Jonas, I want to ask you the same question. If not isolation, then what?
Well, let me just tell you that it's always fascinating to listen to tenured professors and bureaucrats talk about...
Which one am I?
Oh, yeah, I think both. No, but you know, I think it's fascinating to hear them say, well, you know, there's going to be a little bit of unemployment. There's going to be some hurt for the consumers. You know, it's okay. It's worth it. There are, you know, people, you know, out there, real people who, you know, millions of them are going to lose jobs. They're going to lose livelihoods, and this is a self-harm. We're talking about isolating a country, and usually the isolation, you know, the sanctions, usually they work when the target is small. You can deal with it more effectively. But when it's large, like Russia, we heard yesterday that the size of the economy is like Spain or Benelux. That is very misleading, because if you recalculate it with the purchasing power parity, then you're going to get to $7 trillion. When you take a look at the Russian economy and realize that it's under monetized, then you're going to get to $9.5 trillion. That's not nothing. And besides the size of the economy, besides the oil and gas, we're talking about significant network effects, because Russia is very much integrated into the commodity markets, the primary and secondary commodity markets. It's number one on gas, number one on oil, fertilizer number one, wheat together with Ukraine number one. palladium, nickel. I mean, all of these things, we need those things, and those commodities. If you want to have the split in the world and a severe deglobalization into the two worlds, the West and the rest, then it is quite achievable because oil is going to be consumed and gas will be consumed, just not here. And here we're going to have inflation and unemployment and all those things that can destabilize our society. So if not isolation, a cooperation where it makes sense.
I want to go for one last question here. Michael, I want to go to you on this. You can respond to what Jonas said, but I also want to throw something that's sort of the elephant in the room here, is China. Does a move toward isolation on Russia take the ball off China, take the ball off the pivot to Asia that was started during the Obama years?
No, just the opposite. And the idea that we're going to peel away Putin to contain China was a fantasy before the war, and it's a fantasy for the rest of the time that Putin's in power. So I think that's not a very interesting issue. Number two, I would just say there are many factors that lead to inflation and unemployment. To say that sanctions against Russia is the driver, I think there are a lot of economists that would disagree with that analysis, at least in my country. So remember, there's lots of things to that story. I agree with you, Jonas. We have to think about those people. Huh?
We come from the same country.
No, but
just different coasts.
You're not going to argue. You surely would not argue that the causes of American inflation today are the sanctions on Russia. There are many factors, including spending. But I want to get to things I'm more an expert on. But I don't think that's the whole story. And I would just remind you that the American people actually do support isolation of Russia so far. Putin's Russia. So if we believe in the American people, we should support isolation. But I want to get to a much more bigger issue that Emma raised.
Wrap it up because we're almost out of time here. We are out of time.
If the argument is we should be just like Ronald Reagan, as Emma kind of alluded to, then we are in agreement, Emma. I completely agree. But we need to know what historical metaphor that implies, okay? Right. And I think there's maybe a bit of a disagreement about that. On engagement, it's chapter 27 of George Shultz's memoirs. It's called Re-engaging Realistically the Soviets. I know he was my neighbor for 30 years. And what he says there, and here maybe we agree, and I'm sorry if that violates your rules, but on nuclear weapons, of course we need to talk to the Russians. And of course we need to follow on to the New START Treaty. Right. But on other things, they put a lot of pressure on him. And then there was George Shultz liked to talk about the Pershing moment, where they deliberately tried to push the Soviets to get a better deal. And I think that's the metaphor I have in my mind. And the last thing I want to say, because I took issue with the word Russia, and Emma's right. I know the sanctions literature. I am an academic. I teach it. I would just say it's very complex. For all the times that it's failed, there are the case of South Africa. There is the case of Milosevic. It's complex. And my answer to that is, if you're worried about isolating Russians and the opposition, let's listen to what they want. And you know what Alexei Navalny wants? He wants more sanctions, more isolation of the Putin regime, and that's why I think we should be with Alexei Navalny on that very particular part of that question. Excellent. And finally, don't forget, Gorbachev came after all this period. If Putin was Gorbachev, this would be easy. Putin is not Gorbachev.
I want to congratulate all of you, first of all, for maintaining the civility that during that exchange. It's part of, I think, the tone and temper of what we try to do in these debates is that we can certainly disagree and disagree with a certain degree of fervor and still maintain a certain degree of civility. I'm being told I've got time for just one more question. So I want to pose this to you, Ranan. This is a hypothetical question. If tomorrow Putin decided, you know what, we've taken all the territory that we want, we've carved out a portion of Luhansk and the Donbass, war's over. Would isolation at that point stop for you?
No. And it should not, because successful invasion of Crimea and our passive behavior led us here. Successful annexation of Donbass and our passive behavior will lead us to Kiev. And Kiev will lead us to Warsaw or to Bucharest or to Sofia. And that's something we cannot allow, whatever the economic price, by the way.
I told you we have one more opportunity, Emma, and I figured since you're coming to us remotely from a hotel room here, you have the last word.
Sure, yeah, let me make 2 points, I guess. So the first is that, Radan, you may be right about Russia's intentions, and you may be wrong. There's no way to know this up front. But even if you're right, it's not clear to me that economic isolation is the best way to deter Russia from future military action. After all, sanctions after Crimea did not deter Russia from building up its military. It's very hard to deter any determined oil and gas exporter from doing so. And just to add one point to what Jonas said earlier about the costs, we are talking primarily in this debate about whether the West should isolate Russia, and we've brought China into it. We haven't really talked about everybody else. And there are countries in sub-Saharan Africa, there are countries in the Middle East that are probably going to face famine over the coming years because of the isolation of Russia. And so we do also need to think about those impacts. Those impacts are not merely ones we're deciding for ourselves. They're ones that we are, through the way secondary sanctions work, imposing on other countries that may be far less able to cope with these impacts than we are.
Okay. Thank you, Emma. We have now concluded the discussion portion of the forum, of the debate. Now we're going to go to Q&A. So as a reminder, we've got two teams of two here debating the question, should we isolate Russia? And so we'll be passing the microphone around to anyone who wants to speak. Please say your name, stand up. When you ask your question, if you're watching the live stream, you can do it in the chat as well. Let's keep these questions concise. Do make them questions, please. A lot of statements at forums like this, but make them in the form of a question. And also, this portion of the debate is meant to move the conversation forward, so please don't debate the debaters. Okay. Should we? Gentleman over here.
Hi there, John Emerson. My question is the food crisis that has been exacerbated by this war really the result of sanctions? Or is it a result of the war and the actions of Vladimir Putin?
Michael, would you like to take that?
Yeah, absolutely. Vladimir Putin. That's easy. If we wanted to end that right now, the United Nations could get together and engage Vladimir Putin and open the port. It's not sanctions that's causing this. It's Vladimir Putin. And I think that's, I don't know, I don't think that's a contentious issue. It's open the port in Odessa and we'll avoid famine. It's really that simple.
Thanks.
David, can I just jump in here for a moment? It's a combination of both. The Russian closures of the ports of Odessa and in Ukraine are definitely a contributing factor, particularly to food shortages today. But the question of whether fertilizer will get out to states, seed stocks will get out to states in the next year or two, that is much more to do with sanctions and the Russian response to the conflict. And so it is in many ways a mixed cause, but the sanctions are certainly exacerbating it.
Ukrainian Prism, and spending the last 5 months waking up with the air raids in Odessa, exactly. I'm wondering why you're talking about isolation only from the perspective of oil and gas, but not speaking about all other sanctions involved, for example, to the double technologies, to the spare parts for the weapons, and other stuff, as we already see how Russia cannot produce the new missiles or the tanks plant that being stopped, as a result causing the less shelling of the new missiles, but decompressing the old Soviet ammunition. So my question is, why you're so much manipulating just with the oil and gas, forgetting about all other hundreds of type of sanctions that being in place or could be in place?
So just to jump in here, so your question is just the focus on the energy within the debate itself?
Yes, because the no team de facto spoke only about oil, gas, and the revenue from these.
Sure.
About all other sanctions against
That's a good question, yeah.
Yeah, do you want to take that?
Thank you, because it's right in my notes, and I forgot I didn't have enough time. 3 minutes is not very much time. Is it in the American interest? I don't want to speak for the we, but is it in our national security interest to sell chips to Russia, right? My answer is no. It's not in our national interest. And had we taken to isolate Russia from that technology, to cut them off back in 2008, your country might be in a much better position today. And I want to be crystal clear. There are moral arguments for the reasons that I believe what I'm arguing here. But purely from the national security interests of my country, and I'm not speaking on for your country, I'm speaking about the we, I think, well, I should be careful. I don't know what I never was not quite sure. Am I talking about the United States or everybody? It doesn't matter.
The we is the Transatlantic Partnership.
Well,
yeah.
Then Ukraine is part of that. That's why, and therefore the we is us. Would we have been better off or worse off had we cut them off from those chips in 2008? My answer is we would have been better off, and we should have done it then, and we most certainly should do it for the long-term future until, I want to be clear, I'm all for engagement of a post-Putin Russia and a democratic Russia. Just not now. To Emma's question about timing, and I could go through the banks and the other sanctions, but I think it's a very important point. It's not just about energy; it's about the full range of sanctions that have been put in place.
Jonas, do you want to respond to that before we move on?
Well, what's the question exactly? Giving Russia chips and technology. I think a lot of this is a technological question, and we need to take a look at this specifically one by one. What we are talking about here, I think, is isolation that is wholesale, right? And that kind of a wholesale isolation of Russia has negative impacts on us. And the self-harm is something that we need to consider. If we don't consider it, then it's just bad policy. And when it comes to the standards of good policy, no less a person than President Barack Obama, your former boss, summarized it quite eloquently. Don't do stupid stuff. Well, he didn't say stuff. He said other words. Well, he's the president. He can do that. But did we really think this through? And I would contend that no, we didn't.
All right, please. Just say your name and stand up if you can.
Yeah, the question was, should we isolate Russia? And I'm questioning, can we isolate Russia? And thinking about how he looked Putin at the BRICS summit last week, the Africans and the Indians, doesn't look too isolated on the world stage. They don't look very convinced by the offers made so far by the transatlantic community. The coercion, the persuasion doesn't seem to be working even in Africa. So my question is, what can be done to bring these other parties, the rest of the world that didn't really enter this debate very forcefully until right at the end when Emma mentioned it? How do we bring them on side? They're part of this isolation strategy, surely.
I'm interested in keeping the debate moving along. This question was asked earlier on in the debate, so in respect for you, I do want to keep the debate moving. Please.
Yeah, hi, my name is Sandra Kaduri, Keeping Channels Open. I just wanted to ask about the psychological level, the naming and shaming of the diplomatic isolation, kicking out from the Human Rights Council, Council of Europe, and also all the war crimes investigations. Psychologically, humiliating Putin or naming shaming doesn't seem to work, but would it work with people around him, the elite, the oligarchs, the military, the other politicians, or the soldiers? So the naming and shaming, who's it going to work with?
Ronan, I'd like you to take this question, if you would.
Yes, very briefly. Psychologically, only military loss affects Russia. They don't have moral scruples on this level of government. We cannot expect any blaming and shaming to do the job. And we've seen Russia many times reforming as the result of a military defeat. And we've seen Russia many times unsuccessfully reforming inside, but at least letting subdued people go as a result of military defeat. It was the same after the Crimean War, when the Serbs in Russia were liberated as a part of the post-war reforms. It was the reforms after the Japanese War, which they miserably lost.
So you're saying they have to lose and they have to be humiliated for reforms to take place?
It was half of Eastern Europe, all the Baltics, Poland, Bessarabia, returning to their independence as a result of their miserable loss in the First World War. Yeah. And it was my country being free as a result of their failure in Afghanistan. Let them lose the bloody war.
Can I just add a footnote?
Please.
So I've actually negotiated with Mr. Putin in the government. I was in the government for 5 years. I met him in 1991, so we go way back. We're not Facebook friends, but I've known the guy for a long time. And I actually think this is true about diplomacy generally, but I can't generalize from a case of one. I can only talk about when I was in the government as a diplomat and at the White House. I think we tend to way overestimate these words about humiliation, hurting his feelings. If we just talk to him nicely, he's going to do a deal. That is not how diplomacy, when I was in the government, works with Russia. It's actually not the way diplomacy works with France either, by the way, in the United States or Germany. It's about interests. To sound like the realist in the room, it's about interests. And so no engagement, happy talk, let's not humiliate him. None of that will matter to get a peace settlement in Ukraine. The only time, the permissive condition, the necessary condition for a peace settlement in Ukraine is for Putin's army to not be advancing. And until that happens, everything else is ephemeral to the event. That's why I think this engagement, isolate, it has to be tied to a concrete objective. When the objective is better relations with Russia, that's a really bad strategy.
You know, what I want to just follow up on that, because what I heard in the undercurrent of that question, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that there might be a danger having a country more isolated. You know, if you look back at a reference to the Second World War, oil embargoes against Japan were a precursor to Pearl Harbor. So, you know, this context of if you are more isolated, then you're more protected, is that accurate? Or are you made more dangerous?
Well, compared to what? You're from Ukraine, right? Feels pretty dangerous right now, doesn't it? Mr. Putin. So this notion that if we trap him in the corner, then he's going to do really crazy things, I just think we overestimate that. And I don't want to burn up all the time. I could go through the strategic nuclear one,
Well, before we get to that, I just want to give Emma a chance to jump in here.
Yeah, thanks, David. I appreciate it. So, I guess I want to go back to what I heard was the undertone of the last question, which is, can we isolate Russia? And, I think it's not so much about, the impacts of naming and shaming or even kicking Russia off of, the Human Rights Council. The question is whether doing this actually advances our interests. And I think there's a couple of reasons to think that it may not. We are seeing that Russia is still very welcome in other forums around the world. Yes, the BRICS, but there have also been bilateral trips to India. There have been negotiations between Russia and the Gulf states through the OPEC Plus arrangement. Russia is maintaining many of its non-Western political ties and engagements. And we are, I think, kidding ourselves if we think that we can really cut that off. And so, I don't have this picture of engagement as being some happy thing where, we all go for a picnic with Mr. Putin and we're friends. That's not what diplomatic engagement is. Diplomatic engagement is about states achieving their interests. And right now, much of the rest of the world is telling us that even if we try to isolate Russia, they're not willing to do it.
Okay, we've got about 3 minutes and 50 seconds left. We might have time for one or two more questions. I want to go to this woman here in the blue.
Hello, Teresa Fallon, Center for Russia, Europe, Asia Studies. I want to ask this learned panel, what, if you said move this further along, what about the Arctic? I mean, if we see a very weakened Russia, how is this going to affect geopolitics with a strengthened China and Russia kind of entente? What will this mean for security in this region and geopolitics in the future?
I might add space onto that one as well.
Well, David, if I could just take a very quick first go at this. I think one of the risks that we are seeing here is that by pushing Russia out of international forums, by suggesting that it shouldn't be in the Arctic Council, by trying to keep, negotiations on space or on other issues inside institutions that are primarily Western in their orientation. Again, as Jonas said earlier, we are advancing towards a point where we might see more of a bifurcation globally. If you value those liberal institutions as a place for states to come together and resolve their differences, you don't want them to become seen as only a place for Western states to come and basically decide what they're going to do to the rest of the world. That's a very damaging image, and it's not one that I think we really want to pursue.
Michael, I want you to respond to that real quickly, because even at the very height of the Cold War, there still were avenues in which Moscow and Washington were collaborating. The Arctic is certainly an excellent point of that, and space, as it becomes more and more front and center in terms of what the Chinese are doing, what the Russians are doing, what the Americans, the private sector are doing. How does that collaboration work forward if you're advocating for isolating Russia?
Well, I want to be very clear. Part of the premise of the debate is we're focusing on a strategy. We're not focusing on, national security interests or international interests, right? And I think the strategy has to line up for what you're seeking to achieve. So during the Cold War, we engaged with the Soviets on arms control. That was good. I support that. And if I have to go sit on that side of the chair to say that, I still support that. I believe we should have a treaty to replace the New START treaty. Right. But I don't believe blanket engagement. I think our opponents have to spell out exactly what they mean. You asked the question, but I think we should ask it again. Well, what is this alternative world? Because when we talk about the liberal international order, I agree. States should come together to resolve their differences and win-win outcomes. But when you violate grotesquely one of the core norms of that very international system, why did we set it up? To stop annexation in Europe. And so we're just going to say, well, now that the war's over, come back in, Volodya, let's bygones. Let's just all sit down and negotiate. I actually think that undermines our ability to achieve our long-term goals of preserving the liberal international order, of preserving democratic values. I actually think that serves our interests. I don't think it's just some namby-pamby, wouldn't it be nice to have values? No, I actually think values is one of the core things we have vis-a-vis China, vis-a-vis other autocratic places, especially the Europeans in the room. We've got a little bit of a problem with democracy in my country right now. So that, to me, that's the trade-off. You guys keep saying there's a trade-off. I think it's right. Inflation versus sanctions. But tell us the trade-off you're willing to do. You're willing to go shake hands with a guy that's going to annex 20% of Ukraine in the name of what? To not isolate them? That is a trade-off that I don't think is worth taking.
Ron, and I want you to have the last word here. Is there an area of cooperation or a carve-out in this isolation strategy that you would get on board with? And would you get on board with if circumstances and situations on the ground started to change?
First of all, Russia obviously exists. So areas of cooperation will always be there. Isolation doesn't only mean sanctions, but isolation doesn't mean war. And one thing we want to achieve through isolation is not having war with Russia, because they're obviously crazy enough to go even there. But we are, thanks God, we are not. Of course, there are fields of where cooperation could be and would be needed. For example, what was proved to be effective with Mr. Putin in the early years of this millennia with the war against terrorism. He was an ally back then, at least until Iraq, which was your mistake. So, of course, there are certain possibilities. And, of course, this conflict will be settled at a certain point somehow. And I hope that through economic pressure and through providing the weapons needed to Ukraine to defend itself, obviously more than now is needed, the war could be over by economic exhaustion of Russia, because it won't be the first time Russia loses wars because of economic exhaustion. It will be the 5th or 10th time. Every time they do it because of this. So this one, we need the same result.
Okay. And that concludes round 2 of this debate. I just want to thank the audience here for some of your great questions and the debaters for keeping it civil and having the kind of exchange that we might expect of this kind of forum. We're going to go to closing arguments now. This is your last opportunity to convince the audience and the millions of people around the world, particularly within the United States, where this will be broadcast on NPR, that your side is right. So first up, closing arguments, 2 minutes in length. Radan Kanev, should we isolate Russia?
Thank you. So, what I heard from our honorable opponents are mainly 2 arguments. The bully is far too strong, so we'd better accommodate him, and the bully is doing quite fine economically. So, I will end this debate from my side with an example from my own country. We have strong pro-Russian feelings in Bulgaria. We have very strong economic ties. And all the way around, we tried to accommodate. We built the Turk Stream. We opposed European sanctions. We declined the possibility to send weapons directly to Ukraine, all about accommodating. The final result was that we were the very first European country to have its gas supply cut off. That was the result of accommodating. And then, just final sentence about the economic well-being. After our gas was cut off, we still pay our debts. And Russia, yesterday, defaulted on its. That's it.
Efficient. Next up, arguing whether we should isolate Russia, is Jonas Scheinde.
So, we talked very well, and you probably know what I'm going to say already, but I'm not going to say that. What I'm going to say is this. Putin's, they come and then they go, right? But Russia remains, and Russian people remain, and with all this talk and excitement about the hostility and mistrust towards Russia, I think it's very easy to lose the forest behind the trees. That the relationship that needs to be built not so much with Putin, and we need to consider the rest of Russia and Russian history. Now, you were behind Radan, the Iron Curtain, and you felt isolated. I was behind the Iron Curtain too, and I remember behind the Iron Curtain reading the American Constitution. That stuff, it hits you like a ton of bricks. It's very important, and it's very inspirational, and I was inspired. And I was forever inspired by the American Constitution and by the values encapsulated in it. And right now, I don't know. I don't know what a 6-year-old kid is going to do in Russia when people like my honorable colleagues say that Russia is bad, not Putin is bad. Russia needs to be isolated, not Putin needs to be isolated. We need to disengage with Russia and with the Russian people. I don't know if that's good for strategically building the relationship so that we can invite Russia into the family of nations where the people in Russia see the West, not as the enemy, but as a friend and as a destination for their democratic ideals. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jonas. Next up, Michael McFaul. You have the floor.
I didn't know there was a third round. I thought we were done. Jonas, you and I agree on a couple of things. First of all, I disagree Putin comes and goes. I think this notion that countries behave in certain ways because of their culture and history, the last 30 years of the Soviet history and Russian history don't support that hypothesis. I already said Putin is no Gorbachev. He's also no Yeltsin. He's even not a Medvedev. I think this notion that Russia is this way because Putin's that way, I radically disagree with. And in response to how Russians are feeling, I deliberately named two-state actors, Nabulina and Gref. They don't like this war.
The good people.
I'm agnostic if they're good or bad. I know them. But the notion that this is a good thing and they've survived, I can't think of anybody that thinks this war is a good thing. Nikolai Patrushev, there's one guy I think that thinks this war is good. I don't know of anybody else in Russia that thinks it's good. But I want to get to your fundamental point, where we do agree. This is a tragic debate for me personally, right? I lived in the Soviet Union. I was part of trying to integrate Russia into the West, trying to build democracy there in the 90s. And we're here at a very tragic moment, I think, in world history. And for me personally, I have thousands of Russian friends who have 6-year-olds, by the way, who are cut off. And this is a tragic moment for them and for us. But I just think it's naive to think that we're going to bring Putin back in and everything's going to be fine. We did that. We tried that. He saw that as weakness. And that's the way he'll see it again. In part, that's why this war is here, because he saw weakness in 2008. He saw it in 2014, in Syria 2015, and he expected it again now. So now we have the right response. Let's do it for the long haul, especially for those 6-year-olds, because they should be integrated in a post-Putin Russia, and we get back to the business of integration, but not while Putin's in power.
Okay, thank you, Michael. And last, but certainly not least, Emma Ashford.
Well, I'd like to start by thanking my fellow debaters for what is, I think, a difficult conversation and a difficult question. And so, I could end here by telling your arguments again, right? I could tell you that it's not possible to isolate Russia. I could point to $5 gas prices. I could point to the fact that support in the United States has dropped 15% for punishing Russia in a month. I could point to the fact that it's going to carry significant costs for the US, for the rest of the world, costs that I believe will come in values, not just in economic terms. Or I could point out that there are other ways to handle Russian aggression, or that I don't necessarily think that isolating Russia is actually going to change the regime, as Michael has sort of implicitly suggested. But I guess I would just end with what I think is the most important argument here, and it's this. Wars are horrible. The war in Ukraine is a brutal, barbaric, awful, unnecessary war. But wars rarely end through absolute victory by one side. And we need to think about a durable peace and how we achieve it. And so I would argue that instead of isolating Russia forever, we should be thinking about how to use the measures that we've taken so far as a bargaining chip to get to a peace deal and to build a more durable peace afterwards.
Excellent. QR code that's going to pop up right behind me, just like in the beginning. And you can scan that again, and it's time to cast your second vote. Now, you've heard the arguments. The question before us is, should we isolate Russia? And now, while you're tabulating, or while we're tabulating those votes, I'd like to welcome back Vice President of the German Marshall Fund, Ian Lesser, and the CEO of Intelligence Squared, Clay O'Connor.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello again.
Go over here. Okay.
So as we start to tabulate these votes, Ian, I wanted to start with you. This is the first forum that you've put on since 2019, the first in-person forum with the German Marshall Fund here in Brussels. Why is it so important? I mean, the purpose of, as great as Zoom connections can be in terms of connecting us all around the world, why is this sort of the rubbing shoulders and being in person so important? We were talking about this a little bit earlier.
It's a super question, and actually it would be a wonderful question for a debate. Does in-person matter, right? My answer to that would be yes. I hope you all share that view. It really does matter. I mean, imagine having this discussion, and it worked very well with Emma, but imagine having this discussion purely virtually. It's simply not the same thing. So that's a very basic and sort of reason. But the more profound reason is we're getting together a lot of people who have missed each other, have missed having these conversations in person. They simply are different, and there's a lot that goes on the margins of Brussels Forum that you can't capture virtually. Right. So it's a huge asset.
So if we want to have a debate about it, I would say the virtual formats that we developed during COVID enabled us to reach far more people than we had been able to before. So I think for relationship building and for this room, policymakers, experts, it's hugely important for us to be able to reach the general public and actually have the free exchange of ideas in a bigger, broader way. The virtual format works pretty well.
No, I'm going to split it down the middle and say that's why we do things in a hybrid way.
Like today, this was our first hybrid debate, actually.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
The German Marshall Fund team pulled it off beautifully.
And so did you.
Oh, thank you.
To that point about policymakers, I mentioned this in sort of my opening statements. NATO is right down the road here. Policymakers are rendering decisions on this very topic and how we all sort of move forward in this. Clay, this question is more for you, not only in terms of the content of what you heard tonight, but in terms of the format. Why is debate, in terms of your perspective, a way to sort of elicit some of these perspectives that you might not get otherwise?
I think it should inform the decision-making process for policymakers. You're bringing both sides together for a transparent, unscripted, real conversation. And that's how we're going to arrive at finding solutions to these big problems. So if there's one takeaway that I'd want to leave as the person running a debate company, it's that we'd love to see more debates. We'd love to see more debates coming from our elected officials, from our public officials, from our policymakers. And there's all these tools now, like we just discussed, to make them more available.
Ian, what's different about this session compared to past sessions that you've had? Not just the fact that we're kind of emerging out of this pandemic? We see sort of a scattering of some masks in the audience, some not. Is this okay? Is it not?
You know, look, I mean, I think it goes back to the point I think we were making earlier when we were chatting. There's something about this combination of this forum in this place with these audiences and the format and the debate style that you've got that adds value. Obviously for the two organizations, but I think for everybody in the room and for the audience that consumes this. I mean, it's not so usual to have this. And it's not only a very civil debate, I mean, that's always pretty much the case here, but it's a nuanced debate. And it engages people, and I can see people nodding and writing and all of this kind of thing, and that's one metric. And as people are scribbling away, if they take away one good idea that they bring back to their official capacity, whatever it is, or to their work, whatever it is, that's a success.
Yeah.
I learned something coming into this debate. Radan, you don't debate in Parliament. Is that
the European Parliament? No real debates.
No real debates.
We speak from the rostrum, but it's not a real debate.
So what we did here today is a real debate, and hope we learned a lot more from it. And just to say, we will also be releasing this debate July 22nd on NPR all over America, and making it available on all of our networks. And to that end, do subscribe to Intelligence Squared so we can stay in touch and share this debate broadly with all your constituents.
You know, I wanted to say something in terms of the taxonomy of these debates. One of the things that we look for when we're putting these things together is two people on one side that might be coming at something from a different perspective. So Michael, you as a former ambassador, an American, Radan, you a parliament member, Jonas, you as someone who grew up in the Soviet Union, but also coming out from an economics background, and Emma, wherever you are, you bring in that political science aspect of this and also sort of the cross-border side of the analysis. So, you know, in doing this, we sort of look to bring sort of that texture, and that's kind of why you don't see this as, this is not the shouting match that you might see on cable news. This is meant to be a nuanced discussion and certainly fit for this forum, and the questions that all of you answered today were quite fascinating. But Ian, I wanted to bring it to you. In terms of this debate, was there something that stuck out at you in terms of the nature of it, be it editorial in focus or just simply the structure of how we put this on?
You know, I was very impressed with the debate. There were a lot of things that were said that were very, very useful. I had my own little notepad, and I was saying, I don't agree with that, or I agree with this, or, you know, what I would say differently, or whatever it is. I think, you know, the question of being able to think in time about this question is extremely important. It's one thing to talk about it with the immediacy of what we're facing right now. It's quite another to think about it in terms of containing, deterring, dealing with, engaging, if that's what you want to do, with Russia, you know, a decade from now. You know, and so if I were to have made a point, I would have made a slightly different one. I would have said, I'm not sure who this, I guess it probably supports the proposition. But anyway, I would have said, look, do we want the vulnerability and exposure that we have today to this integration with Russia on energy, but not just energy?
Yeah.
Or do we want that to be less? I would say less. But anyway, I didn't vote. So there it is.
Fair enough.
I didn't either.
Fair enough. One thing I was hoping you could discuss, Clay, before we get into the results of this, is one of the things that I find so refreshing about this format, and especially about the way these things are carried out and the nature of the vote, is that it encourages a changing of minds. So I said this in the very beginning of our conversation, or at the beginning of the debate, that we want you to come with an open mind, because so much of what you see in the media, what you read, what the conversations even you might have over dinner during the respective holidays are entrenched positions and individuals trying to tell you why they're right or vice versa. And this context, this forum is the antithesis of that. We really want to engender this sentiment of being open-minded. And I know that from my experience, people coming sort of after the show and up to me, there's almost like this effervescence of, oh my God, I never thought about it that way. And I was hoping you might be able to just discuss a little bit about the nature of changing minds and sort of that intractability that so many of us feel.
Well, we don't have an agenda, you know, in this. We're totally nonpartisan. We're a nonprofit organization. But we do believe debate is a vehicle to learn how to think, not what to think. So you make up your own mind, but in this process, in airing out the two sides, even in just coming to a consensus on the definition of the terms that we're using and hearing a lot, This is a tool in the toolbox to like get to how we arrive at conclusions and why. So, I mean, I think it's a pretty powerful format. We need more of it in education. We're working a lot on that, you know, behind the scenes. But would just kind of encourage you to maybe even take this format, because you went to Oxford. This is an Oxford-style debate, which means active listening is probably the most important function, is really giving your opposition time to express their ideas, really think about them, and respond to those specific points, not ad hominem attacks. You didn't see any of that today. You didn't see any talking over each other. You didn't see anybody avoiding any questions. And that's really a testament to the debaters on this stage, who are really courageous to stand up in front of the world and take on this motion. And I think they deserve an extra special round of applause for that.
Thank you, Clea.
All right, thanks, David.
All right.
Thank you very much.
We have the results, the moment all you've been waiting for. So remember, what we're looking for is the difference between the first and the second vote to see who has changed the most minds. And here it is. The motion, should we isolate Russia, before the debate, in live polling of this audience, 65% of you agreed with the motion, 17% were against, and 18% were undecided. Those are the first results. Now remember, what we're looking for is the difference between that first and second vote. How many of you have changed your minds? And here are the results. So, for the team arguing in support of the motion, the first vote, 65. Second vote is 66. The side won percentage points. Now, to the other side, how many of you did they sway tonight? Let's see. The team arguing against the motion, the first vote was 17%. The second vote was 31%. That side pulled up 14 percentage points. That's enough. The team who argued no to the motion, should we isolate Russia, changed the most minds. But remember, that's just the vote tonight. We're going to keep this vote open to our broader audience, in terms of the broader listening audience on National Public Radio, on podcasts, and online. And so millions of listeners all around the country, all around the globe, will have a chance to vote and weigh in on this incredible debate. So I just wanted to say thank you for joining us. Thank you to debaters for having a wonderful conversation. And thank you to the audience here for participating and keeping it civil. From all of us, Intelligence Squared, good night. Thank you.
David, thank you. Thank you very much indeed. That was really super. I hope you'll all agree. If I could just get your attention for a moment. We now have a set of breakout dinners, actually 11 of them. And there are wonderful restaurants in Brussels, and you may have made your own arrangements. But if you signed up for one of the breakout dinners, you'll find out which of the 11, you probably know already, you should know already. But anyway, to remind yourself, if you look on the back of your badge, you'll find a number. And when you go outside, you'll find people who will help you find that dinner. They're all over Brussels, actually. So please do follow their directions. And it's very important that you go to the one that you signed up for. So enjoy those dinners. They're always wonderful. They're off the record, and they're very lively. And they're usually very good restaurants, too. So thank you.